PUBG Mobile version 2.7 will be available soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livic, and Sanhok. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Car can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters. Use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor! There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace 32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
have to move quite a lot. It won't need to move out of their comfort spot unless...
Get ready, South Asia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to PMPL SA 2023. Me and Ahana are back at it with day number 4. First 3 days, very intense. I exactly hope the same from day number 4 as well.
Absolutely. I'm expecting for a very intense day today as well, because again, this is halfway already done for this the first week of league stage, and now it's just 2 more days to go. Yesterday we saw quite a few new names rising up. I'm expecting to see more new names come up today as well, but then it completely depends on whether or not the pioneer teams, the ones who are ruling on the top of the leaderboard, will be giving that opportunity to anyone or not.
Yeah, well, that's true. 4MB, they've been having a fantastic run till now. I mean,
exactly.
They've been just getting 8-9 points every single game without any troubles, and they're like on the top of the leaderboard. We did not see them getting any chickens after the first day, but then just getting those 8-9 points every here and now, here and then. That has been the key to their success. Another team that slowly and steadily has been rising is King of Spades. Now that is again another team which have performed good in the past few games. HVDC, one of those teams who have done a similar job, a similar performance. All these teams coming up, would love to see how do they perform on day number 4 now.
Absolutely, and we've already seen benchmarks set for every single thing. We've seen one team take a chicken with 30 points in total. So I'm seeing to look out if anyone is going to be able to beat that record. I'm also trying to see if an individual player is going to be hitting double digits, because we did see yesterday one player just go ahead with 7 frags for himself. So want to look out if someone is going to beat that score as well. However, let's take a look at the overall, standing of the teams once before we make any more judgments.
Yeah, well, 4MV on top, 118 points to their name. NBeSports, they have 96 points to their name and are sitting on the second spot without any trouble. SKYLIGHTZ, on the other hand, they have 85. So that's the only team, I'd say, that has been performing good from their region. The remaining team, man, HVDC, what a comeback from this particular team. We could not see them in the first start, in the first few days, in the first 2 days probably. But then on day number 3, they had just a banger of a day and with 82 points, they can be seen on the 4th position. So all these teams,
Yep.
they've performed pretty well. They've performed pretty good. Even DEADEYES guys also have been able to, make a way in the top 5 positions overall with 75 points to their name. So they have definitely showed us why they are ruling the leaderboard as of now. And let's see how do they continue to do so.
Absolutely, this is going to be a pretty important match for all the teams that are on the second page. Absolutely, because today every single match is going to be an opportunity that they can squeeze in for themselves. So far, if you take a look at the teams, on the second page towards the first 3 teams, actually, that is Raw Esports, Mabetex Esports, and T2K Esports, it's not completely impossible for these teams to climb up because the difference is not that huge compared to the team standing on the 3rd position, and that's a good enough position. I'm not asking you to just go ahead and topple everyone around, but like maybe stay in the top 5, and that's not a very hard run for these teams. So I'm hoping for them to actually go ahead and seize today at least 10 points each game,
Uh-huh.
and that's gonna be good enough,
Yeah, it should be.
or maybe let's say 8. Even 8 is good.
Well, yeah, but right now I'd say every game is something that you need to make count, because 4 games today
Exactly.
for every team, 4 games tomorrow, and after that we will be having our bonus game. Now, that
Yep.
bonus game, the race to that bonus game is going to be very important. I'd like to see how teams approach it. I mean, I still see some teams below the 12th spot, but the fight is very close, 65, 68, 69. All these points, 3, 4 points gap. That's what differentiates all these teams in between. So the fight for that 12th spot, or the fight for all the spots between 10th and 12th, now those are the spots which I'd say will be eyed upon by all these teams. We've already seen some teams, just ranking up from 12th position all the way down to 5th, ranking up
Yep.
from 12th position all the way up to 3rd. Now all these things have happened. So this particular day could be called as a swing day, where we might see one of the teams, just really dominating from the second page maybe, and then hoping to make that comeback overall in the tournament.
Exactly. As of now, if you take a look at this head-to-head between Stalwart Esports and for Miracle Vibes, what I feel like is that 4MB has been so consistent that they're, even after just having 2 chickens, they are giving constant boost to their own points.
Uh-huh.
While Stalwart Esports, even after consistently coming in the top 2, consistently trying to be in top 5 every single game, they haven't acquired as much because their frag points are lagging 1, 2. On the first day, they were literally just 2 people every time representing the team, not all 4 being able to make it in. Today might be a day for them to change things around because, again, one of the very highly expected teams is Stalwart Esports, and they haven't been able to show up to the occasion the way they were expected to.
Yeah, well, that's true. Stalwart Esports, they started with what, second position overall, but then they just came down. They just came running down in terms of positioning, in terms of points that they were able to get. Whereas 4ME, they've been able to just continue with the same domination. Some small mistakes here and there is what I saw from the side of Team 4ME, but on the majority of these occasions, it was 4MB who was playing very good and dominating in the entire battlefield.
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. We've seen moments where Stalwart Esports was able to squeeze in way more than they were expected, but then 4MB was better on most of the occasions. Like for Stalwart, it has been some occasions where the situation has been in their favor even when it wasn't supposed to be. But then for 4MB, we have literally seen this team dominate like anything. Like on the first day itself, this team was fighting with 3 different teams at the same exact time, and that in the final circle. Like, who does that and still wins?
Yeah, I mean, that has been a very crazy ride, that's for sure. But yeah, today is going to be a totally different day. What I feel like is there will be a team from the bottom charts rising all the way up to top. In a similar fashion that we saw DEADEYES guys do, in a similar fashion that we saw the players of Team HVDC do. So these are the things that we will have to consider for today. But we talk about DRS Gaming. Now, this is one of the most hyped teams, I'd say, from the Nepali region. This is a team which most of us were expecting to perform, but till now that performance seems to be missing from this team.
That is true. Individually, they do have great number of eliminations, but then again, it is accumulation of 3 days, and today is the 4th. In 3 days, that number does not look as flashy as it would
Yeah.
in 1 day. Like, you've gotten 4 matches every single day. It's about 12 matches done. With that, this number is not as flashy as one would expect. And again, being one of the most anticipated teams from the Nepali region, they do have a lot to cover up for. Yesterday, they finally showed better colors, but it still has to be more vibrant to fill up the right picture.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, overall 30 frags between all these four players, and we already see 70 frags for the players of Team 4M. 70 or 84? I think 84
Yes.
frags between the four players of 4MV. So they're literally more than double. So DRS, yes, the performance needs to improve. The performance needs to at least keep themselves in top 12 every time. That's what I want from them, so that they're able to play the bonus game and then essentially qualify for the grand finals. But yeah, they also had some good moments here and there. If you talk about some fights, this one against HVDC went in their favor. And overall, there were some moments where, it looked like the DRS might have an advantage. But for the major part, DRS, they respect their opponents a little bit too much. I mean, I get it that you think that your opponents are in a better spot, your opponents are in a better spot overall in the leaderboard, because of which you fear or maybe hesitate to fight them a little bit. But that's something where you should not let these things cloud your judgment and make the perfect decision. So that's where you just push in. That's where you just disrespect your opponent, maybe get those flags. And I've seen a lot of fights, DRS, committing some fights that they should not. One of those examples also could be
True.
for other Nepali team T2K, which I still prominently remember I'd say the map of Miramar, where T2K, one of their guys, wanted to gatekeep the players of 4MV and essentially got third partied instead. So all these things have happened throughout the course of the entire tournament. I do hope all these things, they just get fixed in and we see a competitive day today, as we saw yesterday. I mean, yesterday was a very competitive day for all of these teams. So would love to see same thing being repeated. But hey, today this time we have 3 Erangel Zahana. So all our prayers have been answered.
Yep.
We needed less Miramars. We wanted less Miramars. Here it is.
Exactly. I mean, Miramar matches do become quite lengthy, and they also make teams anticipate way too much.
Uh-huh.
I do not want any team to have to go through that, constant pressure of finding out who's gonna win this and when they are gonna get eliminated. And I also feel like because Erangel is where it all started, it's one of the maps that teams are most comfortable with, and also one of the maps where you can strategize way better. Like in Sanhok, you have people just popping out of almost anywhere and everywhere all the time, which makes things way out of the planned
Uh-huh.
moves. And in Miramar, if you actually are lucky enough these days, because earlier there was a lot of snipers actually ruling Miramar. These days it has become quite rare, but still, if you're lucky enough to see those snipers, they just pick you off of anywhere at all, and then it becomes a situation where you're literally left to change your whole plan according to the number of players still surviving on your team. And it's very hard to keep track of which team is completely eliminated by now and which teams are still surviving, specifically on the map of Miramar for the players for the players themselves. So I feel Erangel definitely turns out to be one of the most appreciated and best
Yes.
calculated maps to measure the caliber of these teams.
Although till now the number of Erangels that we've seen, it has mostly been either a very hard south-sided circle or a very hard north-sided circle.
Yes.
It goes either to military base or to a shooting range. There's no in between for these circles to be formed. So that's where I want today to be a little bit relaxing for all of these teams. Maybe a central circle, maybe something around coaching key. Let's just give these players a taste of how defaulty the map is. Because even though the terrain is good, even though you know how to play it around, but you cannot do much about when you need to cross bridges. And in both these situations, you just need to cross bridges. If it's military base, you're just stuck with 2 bridges. If it's towards shooting range, then well, how you have a lot of bridges. You have one Georgia Pole towards Rozok, towards Asna Poliana. There are a lot of ways to rotate, but then again, you need to use those bridges, and that's where you might just fall away. You just might fall off in the entire game. So that is something I'd like to see our players maybe focusing on a little bit. Maybe focus on how do you want to rotate inside the zone. But all these things and more will be shown in this map of Erangel, where I already see military base being on the plane path.
Absolutely, the plane path is going all the way from the side of military base close to Ferry Pier and ending up near Georgia Port. So this is going to be a very west favored plane path, and I'm not feeling like saying it anymore. But when you started talking about the circles being either completely north or completely south, I was hoping for a Yasnaya circle. And now a Yasnaya circle would just make things slightly difficult because again the plane path is completely towards the west, Yasnaya is all the way in the east, and still slightly towards the northern side, but still avoids most of the bridges that are in the way. But let's see what actually turns out to be the fate of these players. As of now, 4MV, Stalwart Esports, both pretty happy with the kind of plane path it is. Early drops onto military base and Nova Repnoy. So Stalwart Esports has definitely switched around their drop location slightly, and I think that must help them going forward because again, being able to take care of 4MV would finally put Stalwart in a place where they can start, picking up their pieces from because they were all the way on the second position and now they are nowhere in the top five, and that's sad.
Yeah, Stalwart Esports, they really need to buck up. Although drop location, I think they'll still go to Novo Rep. They're just dropping here to get a vehicle in the backlines. And when the plane part does not favor them, they go for that query split. So these are the two drop locations which I figured out from the previous two games, previous three games, maybe that Stalwart has played out. And let's see, the circle this time around has again, I'd say, gone all the way a little bit towards the northern side, but as it's a western zone. This usually ends somewhere around the Gatka region, or if everything does not go well, it ends out somewhere towards the Georgia Pole Hill. Now that
Yeah.
is definitely going to be a very complicated area to conquer. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, though, for now, on the other side of the bridge, they just want to get some early loot, get inside a vehicle, and then maybe rotate back towards their usual drop location, probably towards Georgia Pole houses.
Probably. That could have been the move for the side of Skylights Gaming, but in the meanwhile, stronger fake love. They are gonna have a very quick encounter with Skylights Gaming. Both of them just running around in their vehicles might find each other soon enough, but then Skylights Gaming is in a position where they can be sandwiched. There is gonna be a longer range deployment of stronger fake love players, which can actually get in the way. But then again, it quite depends on what kind of weaponry they're holding. If their weaponry does not support long range fights, they might not be as much of a trouble to stand against. But I guess this is one fight that is gonna be committed to by the side of Skylights Gaming. Let's see how much that commitment turns out to be fruitful.
Uh-huh.
First of all,
STFL is just being chased right now. I think SKYLIGHTZ just
yep.
won this early frag. They're like, guys, we know that they do not have weapons. Let's just push them and let's just get those frags. That's what SKYLIGHTZ is going for right now. And they're not stopping. They just are not stopping. They've already closed it in the gap. The first knock is there for Nima. Second one could have been there for a run over. But it does not happen. What was the decision making? STFL, you could have first of all gone to Yasnaya Polyana and then stopped. But they stop in the middle of nowhere and they just get taken down. SKYLIGHTZ happy with the two frags that they got.
A very early lead that Skylights has gotten for themselves, and also a confidence booster, to be very honest, because again, having those two numbers is definitely a support on a game where we are expecting 8 to be a decent score line. Now, even if Skylight loses a few players, they can actually continue on trying to survive and go forth from there. But so far, with all four players alive, they're not going to have much to worry about just yet. And soon enough, if they are careful enough and aware enough, they might be able to go ahead and find the remaining two players of Stronger Fake Love as well. But as of now, it seems like Stronger Fake Love has been successful in dodging them, but then again, at what cost?
Yeah, they've lost two. And now they may be able to get these vehicles, but guess what? First zone has already started closing in, and Stronger X Fake Club do not even have a pistol to work with. So they will have
True.
to figure out their loot. They might find some good things. At least for two players, the Lipovka is okay. It's an okay drop, not drop spot, a rotation spot. So they've rotated from where? They've rotated from Georgia Pole all the way up to Lipovka, just trying to run away. Wow, now that's a bold decision that I've seen.
Well, let's see if that's gonna be fun enough for them going forward because it does not seem very favorable for the side of Stronger Fake Love. And considering they're staying in Lipovka and Yasnaya Polyana is acquired by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, soon enough Stronger Fake Love is gonna be facing off either Yasnaya's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, or they have to face against NBeSports because they are also in very close proximity. So this is going to be one fight that's not going to be very fruitful for the side of Stronger Fake Love. And in the meanwhile, you can see a lot of players from the side of DE Venom acquiring the spots under Milta. Now from here, the thing is, if you see anyone rotating, which they will have to, like if Stalwart decides to rotate from this particular bridge, they're gonna have a hard time because every single time on a bridge location, the people camping do have an upper hand as long as they're doing it right. So this might not be a very good situation for Stalwart, and that is going to be the only bridge open to their disposal, because to be going in from the military base bridge is going to be pretty difficult considering 4MB already acquires that spot as well. So I don't see very bright opportunities for Stalwart just yet, unless and until D Venom decides to early rotate into the circle by leaving the position completely empty, which I do not feel like is their decision just yet.
Yeah, well, talking about the other teams though, if you see IAW already inside the zone, they
Yep.
are in the city of Zaki, so I don't think so there'll be a problem for them to get inside the zone. Oh, they're already inside the zone. What am I talking about? Get inside the second zone that usually forms. Also, no team around them to sort of harm, except for I'd say King of Space. But for now, they're also towards Georgia Pole City, so they're also just looting in, just making sure that they are well prepared for the other fights that are about to come their way. DEADYES CMF and JMEX. Now these are the two squares I'd like to see, because in terms of rotating patterns, they just might collide somewhere south of Georgia Pole.
True that. True that, and they have to be super careful of their locations going forward. However, the circle, as long as it does not move, being able to just stick to their own position is going to be an optimal situation so far, because this is one of those kind of circles, one of those kind of situations for the teams right now where you do not want to aggress and indulge into fights just yet. Just take your time, wait for another circle to pop up, see how the rotations are going to be, and then move in, considering all your options, because right now is too soon, and also into the game it's too late considering that it's already been 3 days. We're all the way into the fourth, and you are in a position where you're supposed to find your grounding soon as possible. In the meanwhile, HVDC, though, they are going to be staying in the Pochinki region, soon going to be able to acquire their favorite loot and move in from here. However, JMEX currently in a good enough position, but then again, I don't think they have the best of the loots, and they should definitely be looking out for more medical supplies, considering how many fights they keep getting into without much value that can be squeezed out.
NBeSports too, just rotating. Mono has a buggy, so wouldn't be a problem for him even if he encounters somewhere out close. So easy rotation coming in for the players of Team NB Esports. All of these teams were not just rotating. So the only early battle we saw was between the players of STFL and the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. That was the only battle we saw. Two frags with the name of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They were happy. They probably stopped at Yasnaya Polyana to gather the rest of their loot, which will definitely give them good loot in terms of what you get from Yasnaya. But already stage 1 is closed. We might have another circle on our hands and would love to see where this circle goes. NB Esports, they've already started rotating. It is towards Georgia Pole probably. And if NB Esports can do one thing and just go towards that hill and get that area under their control, that would be a good bonus for them.
Absolutely, being able to have more and more area control, and specifically crucial areas under control, is going to be pretty optimal. Currently, under ruins, we can see the players from the side of NB Sports trying to move in, and they are going to have a battle on their hands soon enough against HVDC, which again is one of the teams that had the maximum number of solo player kills. And right now, the survival rate for NB Esports keeps dropping. There are knocks coming into NV as well, but in the meanwhile, HVDC somehow lagging behind on support. What's going on? The remaining two players from the side of HVDC haven't been able to acquire any position to be in a favorable condition to support the players, even after such a crucial fight which could have gone their favor. They're gonna lose completely to NB Esports with a single player loss and 4 frags on board. NB is looking good enough.
They took Akash down, but that was the only thing that they got. Now HVDC was a comeback story for yesterday. They got good number of games in their favor. They got the consistent gameplay down to the correct wire. But now suddenly on day number 4, a fresh day, and they just get eliminated by the players of Team NB Esports. Good squad vibe coming in from NB Esports, nothing taken away from them. But it seemed like there was no retaliation from HBDC, which has resulted in their demise. Now, Raw officials as well, they wanted to come in over here with a third party. Fizboy knows that there would be a different angle created by the players of Team Raw, so they have to be very, very careful about that. And some nades are being exchanged now. Damage onto Raw from a third party too. Maybe that's a different team. And Sekujin lands a nade. Prabh's down on the ground.
Pra- Praveen already being knocked is not going to be the best situation for the side of Raw officials. With so much attention attracted towards themselves, they are going to have a hard time fighting off. However, they still have all of their men at least alive, if not being able to be in action just yet. And the perfect nade coming in from the side of Raw officials is going to help them recover their numbers soon enough. But wait a second, this exchange is not one sided. There is enough damage coming in from the side of NBeSports as well. Sky from Raw is not looking like he's in a good condition. There has to be a revival that comes in soon enough for the side of Praveen as well as Jiggle. Now it's literally on to Sky to make sure that the attention is diverted. With the nade in hand, Mondo is already prepared to take Sky down. And in the meanwhile, Sky manages to deal damage but not acquire any frags at all. Gets taken down again. And now, even from the side of NB Esports, this is not looking like a favorable fight. This is one of those fights where you can win the battle, but you're losing yourself the big war.
Yeah, Raw Esports, I think they've been taken care of. They cannot go for the revival considering STFL is also there. The two players are also looking to secure any sorts of frags. And there we go. Reverse spots the player of a Raw official down. That's another frag. And Raw Esports, they came in over here for a fight, for a third party, for an advantageous situation. But suddenly, if you do not pounce right away on the opportunity, it just slides out of your hand. And that's exactly what has happened against the players of Team Raw official. Well, Malik in a 1v1 and is able to at least win that battle out. So NBeSports will be able to, for now, survive.
Yup.
Raw Esports, Raw officials will be able to, for now, survive. But that's not a good looking thing. 3 overall points,
Exactly.
all the players eliminated except for one. How do you continue the game?
Not really. You don't continue the game from here. You just hope that nobody finds you and just rat out for a really long time to acquire a good enough, decent position for yourself. With one single placement point, you're not going to be able to do much. And you would need at least four, which puts you on what, fourth position? That means that's going to be a long run. So far, it's looking like a very difficult game for Raw officials, obviously. But the team that I feel will have an easier time going forward is 4MV. For some reason, I feel they're still going to be able to squeeze one chicken, even though they haven't given us any in the last 2 days.
Ooh, okay. Let me this time around go with a bold prediction. I'd say King of Spades, the team right on our screen. They are very close to entering the zone, and they should be able to get in. And then probably because they're towards the hospital region, they will be able to gatekeep quite a few teams, and then would make their way inside the next zone. But that's what I feel. That's what I predict. So yeah,
Hmm.
let's see if that's the case or not. Uh, King of Space is going to be my team of choice. 4MV though, they are being pushed in, I think, by two different teams. You have the players of team Stalwart Esports on one hand, so not going to be easy at all for 4MV. Although they do control a good chunk of land around the beach area. So that is something you'll have to be careful about. But yeah, oh yeah, look at this IAWO. They got 2 knocks, and both these players will be taken down one by one.
Oh, great. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, even after a good start where they were able to secure the first bloods of the map and also secure themselves a great position in the beginning itself, won't survive. 8 was the decent score that we were requiring from this team, and just 8, nothing too hefty, nothing too heavy, and still the team just does not succeed. In the meanwhile, Stalwart Esports already dealing with 4MB, even after great area control, 4MB losing players. However, trades are coming in as well. IC is also on the feet. So let's see if this fight is gonna go in Stalwart's favor, because 4MB, they are not gonna have an easy clean sweep even after dealing with Stalwart Esports. They have ASL to deal with as well. So two teams onto 4MB. This should become slightly easy for the side of Stalwart Esports, because I'm not picking ASL as much because they have literally just two players remaining, and those two players too are slightly more focused towards getting into the circle. I mean, yeah, I get it. You have to respect the circle, but then there was a fight that you could have actually enjoyed the third party benefits off of, but then you choose not to. So be it, ASL. So be it. We'll find out.
4MV, they have to get inside the zone this time though. So that's something I'd like to see how do they go about that, because I already see ASL rotating there first. So dealing with the gatekeep and then even the other team around, Stalwart Esports moving around you, not going to be easy at all. Dog though, good shots from the guy and has been able to take down Baron. I'm sorry, has been able to take down a player of Stalwart Esports, and Baron will help him to get that confirmation. So good combination of plays over there, which has helped the players of Team 4MV a little bit. Skry
Oh, yes.
throwing in some shots, the damage is being dealt, but not enough to get that knock.
Well, it's definitely not a knock, but that damage itself will be pretty helpful considering that it's very low HP left onto Skry. And if he does not get the chance to repair himself, to reheal and walk back into the battle, he might not have enough opportunity go either. Again, the damage is coming in, and this time it will be converted into a knock. The circle is going to be pushing in soon enough as well. So let's see how far Stalwart can survive, because 4MV, even though they've given them enough opportunity to walk back into the safe zone, this safe zone might not be safe for long enough. Once the circle closes in, a new circle will be created, and that circle may not support Stalwart as much because they're literally on the edge of the water, and coming back into the playing field is going to be slightly difficult. However, 4MV on the other hand, taking a lot of damage. Baron does not have enough support because East himself is on very low HP, so it's not looking very good for either of the teams. But let's see, because this is one of the chances which Stalwart has to put themselves on top of the first page instead of the bottom. Like, not really first position, but somewhere close to the fourth.
Oh, 4MB. For a second, I thought that they were looking good. But suddenly, there are a lot of teams firing on the players of 4MB, and they seem to lose a lot of players in the process. Now, Baren is still surviving, wants to create a different angle onto this fight. ASL Chari tossing out a lot of smokes, probably wants to maybe just survive here or get out of here. But Reefers, from some other angle, is able to spot down Baren. And that's another knock. 4MB left with just two players standing.
Well, that's true. It's always one of those games where 4MV starts good and then continues with lesser players, however, still acquires enough points to survive. But then this time, it's not looking to be the similar history being repeated. The gap between the teams is closing down soon enough, and Baron, well, I don't think he's gonna be able to survive. Blue is gonna start hurting him. Wait a second. The luck on this guy! He's literally on the edge of the circle. Still survives. But for how long? Because Chari is still here, will be taking care of anyone who tries to go ahead and support Baron. So that's a fight that needs to be, brought to a resultant as soon as possible. In the meanwhile, Stalwart Esports still on a standstill, trying to find out the best way to enter into the zone. And as expected, they are not inside the circle anymore. This circle shift is not going to be supporting them at all.
Somehow, Apex gathered the courage to revive a player completely all out in the open with just a smoke. And now
Yep.
ASL Chari will be spotted down, will be taken care of, and 4MV are suddenly back in the game.
Absolutely. I mean, that was not supposed to be possible. Chari just took way too long to actually go ahead and start shooting on Baron and Apex. And now look at 4MV literally charging in on ASL. They're not leaving any opportunity. Like, you let us go, that's your mistake. It's on you, is what 4MV is screaming right now, right onto the faces of ASL players. Because look at the HP on Assassin. Look at the nade that landed right on Sleepy. This is not good enough. It seems like ASL is gonna be sent to a sound sleep, and there it is. On 11th rank, but with one single point in hand, ASL sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, this time around, they've lost East. So it's only Apex and Baron surviving over here, and even STFL taken care of. This team right now is 4MV. They are just eliminating everyone near them. So they're like, yeah, if we have a bad game, we'll make sure teams around us also have a very bad game. And that's what has been happening. Good number of frags for all of these players. And now suddenly this game can go into anyone's favor. If we talk about the numbers advantage, IAW will certainly have 4 players standing. Venom, Mabetex, JMEX, all these teams with 4 players. For how long is the main question? G2K Also on the verge of losing rig over here, unless the second player of T2K is able to just use the buggy and get towards his teammate rig and get the revival. Unless that happens, I don't see a way that T2K will be surviving for a very long period of time.
True that, with one single player, T2K and Leo both have very little hopes. The only good thing you have with one single player is it's harder to spot. And when you're harder to spot, you may be able to survive slightly longer. But XMPL is not doing a very good job at camouflaging it himself. Still investing in fights with only one player on the team and no frag points to begin with. I mean, please try to focus on placement points as of now. Like, if Leo was to do the same thing, I could understand because they already have 6 points on the board from frags itself. And now this one single player, if he survives, he gets better numbers. Great. 2 frags is all that's required. But in the meanwhile, T2K does acquire 2. However, those 2 need to be converted into a complete victory, because if Woofus is not taken care of, then IAWO will be able to secure one more frag and move forward with 5 on their board. But let's see. This fight is getting crucial now for both the teams. Both the teams are fluttering way beyond on the leaderboards. So this is going to be one that can be really helpful to whoever wins.
Hmm. Let's see though. It'll be an important moment over here. Wolfes is still just surviving, still just trailing behind a vehicle. And seems to be that XMPL cannot land that perfect nade. So he yes has the zone for now, but look at the angles he's exposed from. He could just get shot upon from multiple different ways. Although most of those angles have been covered by blue, but I still don't. I won't feel comfortable at all if I was XMPL, because one snake around the corner could just eliminate you. One good nade from your opponent could just eliminate you. There are a lot of ways through which you just could be taken down. Meanwhile, though, Stalwart Esports' player has been able to take care of Apex. Yeah, it was a long range mini 14 shot. I will definitely force Apex to use his medics a little bit more too much. Meanwhile, IHC and DE Venom, they are in a battle over here. Zoel goes in, but Rambo takes care of him. He survives on 1 HP, but the thing is, he survives. And that's what you want. IHC left with just 2 players surviving, Godless and Abili. And it seems like Godless is the only one over here who wants to take this battle. The nade dropped out, the push coming in, playing the TPP angle, playing the cat and mouse game. Let's see if Godless is able to take this fight with the help of his teammate. The trade
Oh,
is there.
what?
And the Venom, they might just be able to survive because Krita from outside provided his teammate with some cover fire.
DE Venom, very well played. Even after having 2 players completely knocked, they were able to secure the fight, put IHC out of the run, and now surviving for another day. This is gonna be a good enough position for Venom DE, actually, with 5 frags on board and being in a position where every single elimination is gonna be coming with points this time, because you've already secured your position until rank 8, where you start getting the position points. It's good enough. They are starting off well. But in the meanwhile, look at BITX, one team that suddenly showed up yesterday out of nowhere, this time running with all 4 players online. If they are able to continue with a better momentum, they might have a great victory to themselves. However, my bets do lead in towards Stalwart Esports right now, considering IC and Tops are 2 players you do not want to mess with. Not at all.
Yeah. I mean, Stalwart Esports is the same around. Look at this, Tops. Just tossing some nades here and there. Just wants to get some knock. Has not been able to do so though. I see Tops, these 2 players from Team Stalwart Esports. The only 2 players surviving for a very long period of time. They have been able to get all the way till this position. Let's see how far can they go. Meanwhile, frag from outside the zone. Now that was an ambitious attempt, but has definitely paid off because Dante has been taken care of. Although Galzane on the other hand has been knocked out too. So that wouldn't be a fight that you'd like to take. Stalwart. Yeah, the numbers advantage. The numbers disadvantage is now pushing them to their limits. But what? Did Stalwart just pull out a 2v3 over there?
They did, and they successfully did so. Solward, again, a team you do not want to mess with. I already kind of reiterated on on the point earlier that they are 2 players, IC and Tops. You cannot actually expect to win a fight against them. And look at the aggression on the team. When you generally have only 2 players remaining, you try to take things slightly slower. You try to take things slightly patiently with a lot of caution, but it's not the same situation for Stalwart Esports. They're just trying to aggress into every single fight they can find on their hands. Right now, JMEX became a prey to them, but then after shooting a few bullets, they did, recollect that they were running low on utilities, so they tried to refill that. In the meanwhile, a stalemate situation for IAWO against T2K. How is this one gonna end? Because they're both not in a very good situation to actually continue with the fight. The circle has to be prioritized now, and they're still not trying to eliminate either one. Okay, finally T2K gets taken down. IAWO will survive this fight, and now it's 6 last teams standing.
Yeah, well, JMEX, they literally have the red carpet over here to get the chicken dinner. The only problem is the number of frags wouldn't be that much, but at least you'll be able to put yourselves on the board. That's the biggest achievement that this team can get right now. Now look at this Galzin. He is pushing in, has a molly in his hand. So it's a 4v2 essentially if played out properly. And there's a nade on top of tops. He has been brought down to very little. Let's be, and then will finally be just run over. It's the last player standing. I see who before going is at least able to eliminate Galzin. Now these are the moments where it hurts you the most. This is something that should not happen with you. This is something that should not happen in a tier 1 lobby where a solo player takes a fight individually against some other player. Rookie mistake, and JMEX will have to pay the price. They just get 2 frags but lose one of their players, and their chances of getting this chicken dinner have dropped quite a bit, and even lower with Rambo connecting that nade.
Well, Rambo is not looking like he's gonna be fighting this for long though. With these 3 teams surviving and 7 players on board, 4MV again requires a fight that was not supposed to be there. In a 1v3 now though, it's gonna be pretty difficult to go forward. Baron, however, recovers his HP, but now with 3 players right marching onto his face, he might not be able to secure this one. He gets taken down, and there comes a victory for Venom DE. A team that has not been showing up as peculiarly so far finally finds themselves the chicken that they were looking for, with shutdown onto the topmost team of the tier. That is going to be 4MP for the tournament. Beautifully done. And with 10 eliminations and 20 total points, I am impressed.
Make it clap.
Alright guys, welcome back after a short break. Welcome back to PMPL SA 2023. Now game number 1 of Erangel was very good. I predicted this. I said there'll be a team from the bottom charts rising up to the top. Here we have it, the Venom. They are the ones who will be taking the chicken dinner. Although I'd still say I really wanted JMEX to win. They had literally everything for themselves. They did not take a fight the entire game, but somehow they still managed to lose the fight and lose the game. What, they got one frag overall, 2 frags overall with 3rd, 4th position. Won't matter a lot.
Absolutely, won't matter a lot. But however, I do feel like 6 is gonna be a good enough number to go forward for the teams that are all the way at the bottom. If you're able to do it consistently, if you're able to replicate it, and that's where the problem comes, because being able to replicate your position points is gonna be pretty difficult considering the amount of fights you're avoiding. Because if you're not taking enough eliminations, then you're not really going to be in a very good situation to decide on whether or not you are able to situate yourself onto a better position. And it's all going to be onto the mercy of the other teams who actually take fights and make sure that you're able to survive on a better ranking. But yeah, if you're having good eliminations, then your position points won't really be that much of a difficulty. Let's say you have like 4 eliminations right now and you acquire yourself the 2nd spot. Good enough. Next time have 4 eliminations again and acquire yourself maybe the 8th spot. Does not fucking matter, because you're going to be in a good enough position to make sure that you carry this forward. But yeah, I am impressed by the way 4MV is playing, man. Even though the
Hey,
victory
that's
is
true.
D Venoms, nothing taken away from them. 4MV, they're beautiful.
For a second, I thought they will be eliminated. The next second, they had three
Yeah,
players surviving. And then again, when one of the players got taken down, I thought they might just get eliminated. But somehow these guys just keep on going. They just do not stop and they just keep on going, and they've been able to get themselves in a good spot. Second position overall. Now that's something you would not expect from a team that got eliminated that got a few players eliminated very early on. But hey, talking about the MVP, man, Rambo has to be the one, of course, because his days were just too on point.
true.
Especially against that fight against the players of Team JMEX, the two nades he threw, both of them connected, both of them knocked out two different players, and that's where he capitalized. Great job done by this guy in the entire game.
Absolutely. I mean, the way Rambo has played is beautiful, and the way his nades were connecting, as you mentioned earlier, has been one of the crucial reasons that Venom DE was able to survive all the way. And in the end, the fact that 4MV did not even have all four players put Venom DE in a very beneficial situation, making it a 3v1 that was pretty easy for them to acquire. But well, Stalwart Esports tops still showing up onto the top player list with only 2 eliminations but 902 damage. Like, with that much damage, if you have only 2 eliminations, someone is stealing your bread.
Well, that's true. Although these are going to be the top players for this particular game, what I'm excited to see is the map standings, because where do the other teams stand? That's what I want to see, because most of these teams were eliminated way before 4MV did anything. So 4MV, the lead definitely has increased. NBeSports were eliminated very early on. They have what, with just 1 point to their name. But if we talk about the highest damage assist, it's going to be tops from Stalwart Esports. This does not matter though, really, because you won't be getting points for this. So only thing that matters in this entire chart, Rambo with the 6 frags, because that is the 6 points that your team will be able to secure.
Exactly. Tops also had 3 assists, so like there are 3 frags that he was able to bring to a point of elimination and were supported by his own team. So that's gonna be another 3 that he has helped acquire. But in the meanwhile, Venom DE with 20 points, 10 eliminations, and 10 placements find themselves on the first spot in this particular match. But look at 4MV with 12 on board. They have literally pushed the leadership quite a bit, because like already a 22-point difference was going on between 4MV and NB Esports, and now NB Esports is at 5, so that makes it a 29 points difference. Soon enough they're gonna cross 30, which is a huge score to cover up from.
See, I also saw on the previous page that the team ending up third was overall 7th with 7 points, or was 6th with 7 points. But that's not good. I mean, JMEX, they had two frag points and 5 position points. That shows, I mean, yeah, you might be able to, get 7 points. But the position that you are in, you need more than that to come out of
True.
that dip. You need something like a game that Team Venom DE got. So these things,
Exactly.
I'd say, is something you need to keep in mind. Yeah, I mean, 7 points is great and all. And even in Hindi, we have a saying, "Doobte ko tinke ka sahara." I mean, any little thing that you can use to just stay afloat is something that you will definitely grab. But you still cannot just have 7 points and be in the top 12 position. That's what I feel. You are right now eyeing for the bonus game. That is what your target should be. And plays like these, where you're on top 5, top 6, with all 4 players standing, that's the position from where we expect you to get the chicken dinner and not get eliminated that early on, or maybe on the 3rd spot.
That's true. That's very true. But well, in the meanwhile, we are seeing that the next match is gonna be of Miramar, and there is only one Miramar, and Group D is not gonna be lucky enough to actually go ahead and participate in that. So let's see how it turns out for the remaining groups, because right now 4MV already on 130, with NB Esports close behind on 101. These two teams already having crossed the century points for themselves make it harder for the rest of the teams to even continue with the same kind of confidence, to be very honest.
And bear in mind, 4MV, they started out with a game that they ended up second on, but they will have better games than this. Trust me when I
True.
say that, because whenever 4MV starts with a good game, they essentially end up getting 1 or 2 chicken dinners every day. And even Stalwart Esports at jump positions. We saw them on 9, but this time around they're on 5th position. So even Stalwart Esports is coming back into the race, and it is all the race between these 70.8 teams. Even Roy Esports, they might be on the 11th spot, but one good game and they would be in top 5. That's how close the mid tables are. So this is where especially the teams on the bottom table could really use this opportunity to their advantage. Maybe get two back-to-back chickens and find themselves on the first page.
Absolutely, and that's what they are going to be requiring going forward. Because again, if you want to aim for top 12, you still are
Uh-huh.
in the run. You still are going to be able to cover that up and walk back into the top 12 positions by covering up for whatever is left behind. It's hardly a 20-point difference in trying to be at top 12, even if you're the team running at the exact bottom of the whole leaderboard. But then if you're aiming the first position, then I guess the teams on the first page are the only ones who can actually challenge this, because with 130 points on board, it's literally a 59-point difference with raw officials who are literally on the first position on second page. So yeah, that's going to be a huge number to cover up for in the coming 2 days. But still, for today, I feel like teams on the first page can still participate into this war and try and squeeze things in. Maybe not topple 4MB, considering the fact that they're constantly having great matches. They can definitely aim for NBeSports, because even after consistently being able to deliver, there are still some games where NBeSports hardly gets 1 or 2 points, and that's the games where you can really capitalize and make sure that you are aggressing onto them. And one last thing that I notice about NBeSports is this team does not like to participate in early fights at all. They want to take their time, survive longer, and then pick up fights of their choice. If you're clever enough to actually go ahead and find out the drop spot, drop in and have like a drop clash with NBeSports, if you're one of the teams who really has nothing to lose, that's a great start. You're closing in the gap at least.
Considering you win the fight, it won't happen every time. That's what I feel
That's
against
why I'm
NB Sports.
suggesting it only to the play, or only
Yeah,
to the teams that have nothing to lose, that are already way
but
far down in the bottom.
exactly. So yeah, that I mean, NB Sports have got 101 points, and
That's true.
dropping in again every time won't work. But I mean, I
Not
don't think
every
so.
time,
That
but a
would be
couple of
a
times,
yeah.
yeah.
But let's see if teams can try and do that. I think so they'll still be very comfortable in dropping in their own respective drop locations.
That's
We
true.
have the map of Miramar, where we haven't seen a lot of experimentations from the team. All these teams, they have two, maybe three different spots that they usually try to drop in, and according to the plane path that there is, according to the position that they have, they just try to be in a spot, be in a place where they're able to play it out properly. So these are the things that I'd say will be taken into consideration by all these teams, by all these players. And let's see how does this map of Miramar go. The previous time, I'd say HVDC were ruling good, HVDC were playing good. King of Spades is again another team that feels comfortable on this particular map with their very weird drop of ruins and places around that. But if they've been showing some results, why not? I'm all up for it.
Absolutely. We'll definitely keep our eyes out for any good games coming in from the teams who have shown us great colors at some point or the other, but haven't been able to
Mhm.
deliver consistently. Because if you're having at least three good games, at least three times when you have acquired yourself first or second positions, then you can hope. You can hope for really big things going forward. So I'm,
Yeah, well,
I'm looking forward to these teams acquiring that.
yes, that's true. Well, hope is all we can do right now before the map of Miramar starts. So we will be jumping into the action very, very soon. But yes,
Yep.
this map is going to be fun. This map is definitely going to be very, very interesting. And let's see which team comes overall out on top, because that's what we're eyeing for. Chicken dinner spot is what all these teams need to
Yes.
get. Especially, I'd say, for the Nepali region teams. Now, they have had opportunities. They haven't been able to convert it. The Bangladeshi teams as well. BITX CMF is the team I'm talking about. Ended third with all the four players standing. They were not able to get anything. They were just wiped clean by the players of Team Stalwart Esports. Yes, there was a little bit third party from the players of 4MB from behind, but essentially it was a 2v3 at the end that you were able to not win and be
Yeah.
eliminated in your very first fight. That was what, like in the sixth zone. So now these are things that you need to keep in mind and not just get eliminated that early on, not just die that early on. And that's what I really want to see from all these players. Yeah, let's see. Let's just wait and watch and figure out how these teams are going to play. And the game will be starting out very, very soon.
Absolutely, and that's what we all are waiting for excitedly, because again, there's going to be only one Miramar, and Group D is not going to
Yes.
be able to play this. So let's see how the rest of the groups actually make use of that, because there's a lot of teams that are waiting their shot to actually go ahead and acquire, the gaps and cover up
Mhm.
onto it. So I'm hoping for teams to actually go ahead and make use of the fact that they have the information. Certain
Okay.
locations are going to be completely empty, considering one whole group is setting it out. And once you have the opportunity of being on a map just once, you can actually try something completely new and be done with it. So if anyone is interested in, like, going ahead and experimenting, this is the map you actually get to do that on. Because again, Sanhok is completely based on luck. Even though it's only one time every
Yeah.
single day, it's not one where you experiment, it's one where you just go in and play on your individual brilliance. But then Erangel again does not support that specifically. If it's happening 3 times in a day, you can't try new things and be like, okay, you know what, I'll get another opportunity to cover up, because then you are giving away your secrets in a way. So yeah, Miramar is going to be the game to aim for.
Yeah, that's true. Miramar is definitely going to be the game to aim for. And for me, the expectations from all these teams, from all the especially teams like, I'd say, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, who have shown us good performance in the past, from teams like King of Spades, who've shown good performance in the past. Now, these teams have to step up their game. These teams have to be like, yeah, this is our opportunity. We need to grab it with both our hands and be able to convert this into a chicken dinner. So, figuring out how to play it out properly is going to be very difficult, considering you've already been subjected to a lot of scrutiny, a lot of plays that the coaches would have done in their break day. And
Yeah.
now, after the break day yesterday, we saw 3 Miramars. So again, more information to work upon, more VODs to review for all these coaches, for all these players. And I'd say the better team with analysis on this map could really
Yes.
have an upper edge, or an upper hand overall in the game. So that's what I want to see. That's what I want to just look into while we just jump into this map of Miramar, who has the better pieces, I'd say, available for themselves. And yeah, that's all. We just want the best possible game. We just want a very strategical game. 4MV again are going to be the top contenders, considering they got the second in the previous game and are overall top on the leaderboard. So let's see if any team is able to stop the players of Team 4MV in their tracks.
Absolutely. Trying to stop 4MV, trying to put a break on their momentum is going to be pretty, crucial for most of the teams, considering that this team is constantly going on marching
Mhm.
ahead with no breakers in the way. Like, they are completely on a whole different speed with like nitro boosters on or something, because they're literally marching very, very far ahead of everything else. But yeah, there are teams who can actually challenge them into the fights early on and have an opportunity of winning those out. And if that happens, then you can definitely expect 4MV to struggle slightly, at least if not really get demolished. But yeah, all our players pumped up and ready to take up the fight. Let's see how this goes.
Let's see, let's see. The plane path is something I'm excited to watch right now. Starting from Laco Briara and going all the way up to Los Higos. Now, let's see. Los Higos, there's someone dropped there. It's an entirely a different island, which I've never seen any team use. Prison, Vinas del Sur, all these places. I would love
Yep.
to see a team drop there and maybe just take some loot from that particular spot.
I love prison. I actually love prison on the map of Miramar, not in real life. But yeah, I mean, I generally drop there because I like to be on an islandish area. I like to be someone who's not bothered by anyone else. People generally do not drop to those locations, so I enjoy the relics of the place quite a bit. But yeah, it does not promise survival for me. Hopefully, it will for our teams. Let's see. So far, it seems like most of our chunk has already taken their leap of faith into the northern region, and we're still waiting to see which teams come up on top going forward, because the circle is going to determine a lot of factors for these surviving teams that are trying to go ahead. As of now, I feel like NBeSports is doing quite a different thing. They're trying to cover more and more regions. Some players have already dropped and acquired vehicles, while some are still in the shoots. So let's see how this goes forward for them. Similar thing can be said about DRS, and with a completely eastern circle, this is going to be an opportunity that can be well seized by our players towards northwest, because the players all the way towards down south are going to have a hard time entering in.
Yeah. Although I'd say the drop of prison has not been taken by any of the teams, Ahana. So that's something we have to maybe just convey to the other players about it. But yes, the zone has gone all the way north. I do see Mabetex being very happy about that, because they are rotating towards maybe Torre Ahumada. Can also go to Campo Militar. That would also be a good spot to loot down. But the other team, maximum of these teams are already inside the very first zone. Now, this is a rare situation that has happened, but hey, it's a welcome thing because all these teams would be happy considering the play zone has gone in such a way, in such a fashion. The only less crowded place would be the city of El Azhar, or the completely eastern side of the map is empty. So that's where players can drop and try to take that early loot. I do not see King of Spades, so I'd say King of Spades is sitting out in this map.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I could have seen them around that region of ruins, etc. But yeah, the remaining
Yep.
teams slowly and steadily have dropped in. IHC around Montenegro, El Pozo is where NBeSports is situated, Valadima taken by DE Venom, 4MV in the usual drop of Chumacera, STFL and IAWO sharing the city of Los Leones.
Well, Los Leones is going to be a huge enough area. It's not going to be that difficult to share it with another team and cohabit. But there is definitely going to be a fight initiated soon enough because even though you can cohabit, why would you want to? You can take your hands on to all of the frags that can be acquired. In the meanwhile, though, Mabetex Esports is definitely acquiring themselves quite some flexible area. Right now, they're all the way to Torre and I feel like from there being able to rotate is going to be super easy considering no other team is targeting them as of now. And yesterday towards the end we did see Maptex actually go forward and deliver good performance. I'm going to keep my hopes up for this team. Meanwhile, talking about the last victors, DE Venom, they are way too far from the circle. I would even go ahead and say the team that is the farthest from the circle. And in their way, they have IHC, 4MV, Raw officials, three big names which can actually get in their way quite a bit.
Yeah, well, the other teams, if we talk about them, Leo, Yeta Uta could be seen in a close quarter combat, maybe with a player of team DRS CMF. Knight was there close to
Hmm.
the player, but we already see first blood being drawn.
That's true. Currently, it seems like the first blood is gonna be taking things away from the side of Leo. And Leo, again, one of the teams that had great performance with the help of Yeta Uta yesterday, will be struggling slightly today. The numbers really do matter, specifically on a map like Miramar, where things get heated up anytime at all, considering the atmosphere and the gameplay that people bring in into this map.
Yeah, well, Leo Esports for now though. If we talk about the remaining three players, because Nova's already been taken care of, he was the first blood. HVDC once again finding their form. So the previous game did not go as they planned because they were just pushed in and were taken down one by one, and all those frags just went their way. But yeah, this time around, let's see how does HVDC perform. They've got one frag to their name. They are in a good spot. They have all of their four players surviving. So all these things have been a good thing. Bad IntentionX CMF though, just using a monster truck trying to rotate, but once again the fight happens, and Leo Liquid will also fall. Leo, I feel for them. One by one, these teams are just pestering the players of Leo Esports. Leo wanted to just go for a split drop, maybe get good loot, get good compounds in their usual position. On the one side, they fight HVDC. On the other one, they just fight the players of Team BidX CMF. And yeah, maybe you get a knock on to degree. You have dropped down Dante with very little HP, but it's only Slipknot that you're contesting right now. The second player is very far away, trying to provide some backup from behind. And I mean, I'm not sure if they'll be able to get that or not. Stalwart Esports, on the other hand, they get that frag onto Gyalzane too. So JMEX also lose a player. Left and right, these fights keep happening. I also see Volley from Mabetex Esports try to get that third party element played over here. So all these things are looking very difficult for the players of Team Leo for now. But for some reason, I do see 90 degree not being thrown in for a revival. Yeda Uta has also pushed in to provide some sort of support to his teammates. Leo, they survived that need. A little bit overcooked. Only if Knights just threw it towards the other part. But Yeta Uta, as I said, Mabetex were the team hoping for a third party. They get that knock. They force Leo in a very bad situation. Just like that, Leo is able to secure two frags to his name.
Absolutely, a team that gave away the first blood is finally not looking good at all. They are getting taken down, and Mabetex with those 2 frags to their name is gonna be moving forward, but they have another team on their hands. Bad Intentions already taking the wrath from this team. First blood already drawn from Bad Intentions, and now it's 3 more remaining that can be taken care of by Mabetex Esports. Leo has already closed in, and now Bad Intentions will have a harder time surviving with those utilities being dumped constantly. Can they fight this off? Will Knight have his shining armor on? No, he does not. It gets broken through. And Wally will acquire that frag as well. Jack's the last one staying up. A fight that he cannot avoid or evade. Oh, the charge
Yeah,
in
he's
is
also
coming.
all alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mabetex
Exactly.
Esports just pushing in. Yeah, the knock onto Leo is there, but the volley is perfect. It will burn you down and force you out too. So Mabetex, they get 2 of their players down on the ground, but they're good enough to get that overall team elimination in their favor.
Beautifully done by Mabetex Esports. Again, as expected, they are delivering what the audience wanted from them for a really long time, and now it is finally looking like one of those days where Mabetex can acquire a chicken and move forward. It has been a long awaited team to see on the leaderboard. But well, in the meanwhile, Deadeye's guys against DRS, another team that we had great expectations from but haven't delivered just yet. DRS, let's see if they're gonna be able to acquire this one, because right now they're way too far from each other, and that okay, seems like a rotation. That seems like a rotation. All 4 vehicles just moving out of here.
Yeah, DRS, Gyante, Killer, Delta, and Rules. They probably know that this rotational clash could be a possibility considering both these teams are from the same region. So they are just opting to not take it. And yeah, easy rotation will be there for both these teams. Now, I do see again Stalwart Esports. They've already taken down one of the players of JMEX. That was Galzain in the early fight. And they also find Frag. So JMEX, a very bad start to the game for them.
Yeah, but team, we have had a lot of expectations and corrections for not being able to deliver is difficult to watch. But in the meanwhile, the circle shifting all the way towards east, making it very hard for quite a lot of teams. Venom DE, after acquiring a great chicken the last game, this time looks like they're not even trying, because look at how far away they are from the circle. Look at how much damage they're absorbing at the moment. And look at how many teams are gonna be gatekeeping them once they try to penetrate the circular periphery.
Yeah, Stalwart Esports though. Bot is the only one who has been able to get all these frags. Now that's a very good thing for Bot. Was it a 1v4 entirely? Could you call it a 1v4? I think so. We can call it a 1v4 overall for Bot because all 4 frags just went his way. We just had a poll on our channel that who would be the MVP for the entire tournament, and Tops was there. Bot wasn't. I'd say add Bot to the list too, man. Just add him. He's just too good of a player to ignore.
Completely agree on that. However, as of now, individual brilliance is not going to be the thing that carries your team towards victory. So let's see how the cumulative team performs when things come to it. Because as of now, Mabetex Esports finding their way inside the circle while HVDC already monitoring the area. However, they're already busy in a fight with DRS. They find Mabetex. They did. They did. Ryuk has way too much intel right now, and Mabetex is going to be suffering from that. Even after a great start, things don't look good enough.
Yeah, well, that is guys though for now. Just waiting for the zone to collapse, waiting for the zone to close in. We shall probably take the next. Okay, never mind. 7 seconds, and we'll have the next zone coming in for. Okay, the zone shrinking in will start in the next 7 seconds, and then we'll have 1 minute 30 seconds. Something about that particular time for the zone to form a new area. So that's what I'd like to see over here. 4MV though, Doc has already started his rotation. Probably will find a fight against NBeSports if he decides to go a little bit towards the left hand side. Or yeah, the shots will be thrown in by Fistball. He's like, yeah, well, I do have a good spot. Let's just try our luck and maybe get that knock while we're at it. Although won't be the case. You will just see all these players passing by, but the knock won't be there, and 4MV will easily be able to rotate away.
It does seem like rotating away is going to be the option that's available, but as of now, NBeSports is not going to give that opportunity to Stalwart Esports, trying to attack onto them, but well, Stalwart Esports being clever enough, falls back, runs out, finds themselves a better situation, a better fight to participate in. In the meanwhile, 4MV, are you going to give any breathing room to anyone? Excuse me, already nading out Sussex, sir. This is a complete enwrapping move coming in from the side of 4MV. But Apex gets knocked down. That's going to be a sign of relief because already East is in the process of survival, revival, healing. But well, Slayer sir, will he be able to confirm the kill? Is the point. Because Apex is hiding behind, trying to act like a lure bait. Will that bait be taken by Slayer sir just yet?
Third party came in. Shots from the left hand side. That means Baron needs to wrap up this fight very quickly now. And 4MV can already be seen accelerating into the battle. But Slayer, he just while going was able to confirm that frag onto Doc. 4MV will be able to get that fight entirely in their favor. But at least they will lose one player. DEADEYES guys, they were hoping to get this fight in their favor. But that's not the case. They only get 1 point from the entire engagement.
One single point is not going to be worth losing your whole team. That's something that DEADEYES guys learned the harder way. However, as of now, IHC busy with HVDC is going to give a great opportunity for NBeSports to make a complete judgment of the scenario of the area. And with the frag feed already being shown up, they might be able to figure out how many players they have to fight against. And look at that. The moment the feed started filling up with names of IHC and HVDC, NBeSports knew it's their moment to shine and then acquired third-party frags onto the place. Demo is already on the verge of getting eliminated, but Mondo is slightly doubtful of the move for some reason.
Mondo, he is tossing a nade, and probably Demo will find himself in a difficult situation. But never mind, he just decided not to throw that nade. Now that Mini is the weapon of choice, Demo stands up. This is a good decision though. I mean, yes, you get one frag, but then you don't survive for a very long period of time. Yes, you have 3 first aids, but then a push like this will come in. Fistboy will be able to eliminate you. And NBeSports, they've got 2 frags overall for themselves, but have lost one player. So that's something they won't be very happy about.
Absolutely. Joy is something that is getting robbed off of our players constantly because there are some teams who are constantly making it their main motto to go ahead and become painful for everyone else. 4MV, even after losing players right now, is acquiring the center stage into the circle. They have a great position to rotate from, to stick onto, and in the meanwhile, DRS making it harder for HVDC to survive. Venom D somehow made it into the circle and are now becoming a thorn in the way of JMEX. Things are looking difficult. Since yesterday, every single time when we look at votes, DRS is winning the votes but not able to win the game just yet.
That literally has been the story for not just 1 or 2 days, but all the entire days. So we have a lot of DRS supporters in the chat section, but this team has to perform. Come on, guys, let's win it out this time around for your fans out here. Now, SKYLIGHTZ Esports, they are in a fight against the players of team IAWO. Love to see the statistics over here. How many players does IAWO have? Because I just see only 3 in front of me: Smurfs, Viper, and Octopus. Now, these 3 players, how do they want to perform? How do they want to take this fight? It seems like that they are just running away and are entirely avoiding the battle because they have 3 players, which makes a lot of sense.
Does it though? Considering that it is IAWO who has been constantly failing in all of the fights that show up to them, has not been able to acquire position points either. Does it really make as much sense? I would still feel like in that kind of a position, you should just go ahead, take your fights, make sure you get frag points.
He's nading.
Oh no.
This battle though, he's nading,
That's
and
a
for some
slight
reason
move.
Rogue is not coming up.
Nice.
The battle was going on, and HVDC, did he disconnect? Was he thinking that there is some cover fire that was present? Because there was literal nade in Rogue's hand, but he does not step up, does not go out and take that particular frag. That's unfortunate.
Oh, beautiful. That's how you squeeze your game in. But then NBeSports, do they survive for long enough? It doesn't seem so because Stalwart Esports is already on their backs. Take one frag, already very little HP on the other. And that's going to be another fight that there will be squeezed out from the side of Stalwart. However, before that could happen, I8 has been eliminated. And now NBeSports with the single survival is still hoping to acquire a few frags. Stalwart and Mabetex, both looking like strong contenders for this victory, are fighting amongst themselves, trying to settle the score as soon as possible. Stronger FAKELOVE right now not being able to surface much because they are constantly being buried under the ground by the players of Mabetex.
Yeah, Mabetex though, look at this. STFL, they really have a good angle, but yeah, Leo will answer back in kind. I think his teammate marked that particular angle, and Leo was like, "Yeah, I'll just use it. I'll just use the angle, get a knock, put us in a good spot." Although 17 seconds, and now they have to move inside the zone. This buggy has two of its tires popped out. One of it being the back tire, it won't be easy at all to rotate. So he will need a lift, which just has arrived, Uber called, Uber received. They did not give the OTP though, but it's all good. I think it's his teammate, that's why he won't be pissed about it. But yeah, Mabetex, they will survive from here on. Only two players though, because Desert and Volley cannot get that revival, considering they're outside the zone. So Mabetex, we'll have to see how do they continue in this game forward.
Well, let's find out if this is gonna be an easy run for the side of DE Venom. It has been hard to even secure themselves a spot inside the circle, but now that they have, they do gotta stick around for as long as they can. Seal, again a team that has a single chicken dinner to their name, still trying to find their grounding. But look at that, participating in fights that are not meant for them. Seal loses HP but yet standing all tall. Does not lose players. And in the meanwhile, Venom D gets completely eliminated and puts Seal right on top of the board as of now.
Seal right now, 6 frags, all 4 players standing. Predictions were not asked, but I'll still predict Seal. Because I really think Seal Esports would be a team that will have a very good run in the entire game now. Dobo, meanwhile, is able to get one more frag to his name. And just get the tally up and going for STFL. Stronger FAKELOVE. This is again another team that shined on day number 2, played good on day number 3, but till now, the previous 2 games haven't been the way that they wanted it to go. 4MV though, 6 frags already, still 3 players standing, top 8. What more do you need? 8-10 points every game. That's exactly the target.
Absolutely, the target is going to be acquired soon enough for 4MV because they really do not need much to go forward from here. But NBeSports this time with 4 frags in hand and trying to acquire even position points might be able to squeeze something in, but no. The life is lost with just 5 points in total. They had to cover up for the difference, the distance between themselves and 4MV, but that just becomes 1 point longer as of now. Actually make it 2 because even position points are going to be heavy for the side of 4MV going forward. Oh no. NBeSports. The attempt just fails here, making the lead even larger. But well, in the meanwhile, you do notice that 4MV this time does not have all 4 players online. But it's not a bad situation either because Stronger FAKELOVE, Raw Officials and 4MV, all 3 are running on 3 players each. And that's not bad against teams with 4 players each. Like, you're not way too low on your numbers, to be very honest.
Yeah, DRS though. Look at this. Gyante, he has spotted out east. He is in a very far away angle because of which the shots wouldn't land for now. But DRS have a very good understanding of the game. All 4 players surviving. This should be a chicken, right? I mean, I do get it that you're not inside the zone. All the advantages just pan out in your favor to get that chicken. Now, East is throwing some shots onto the players of Team Raw Official. Malik, He is still holding the dangle, not moving far away from it. There will be a smoke just to make sure that East has that particular place for himself and is able to also call his teammates inside the zone. And this
Oh
big
no.
truck will also make sure that there'll be good cover. Apex, though, has already spotted Dobu in the process, but no shots have been taken as of now.
Stronger FAKELOVE can be one big team to deal with for the side of 4MB. In the meanwhile, Stalwart Esports getting naded constantly from the side of DRS. Cross nades are coming in from the side of Stalwart Esports as well. But which one is going to result in elimination? It's going to be the one from the side of Stalwart Esports. DRS loses a player completely. The other one is on the knees, and now two players trying to survive for the remaining team, fighting against three. IC is already knocked, so that's going to be an equalized situation for both the teams. But who is going to win this is the biggest question, because Stalwart, hidden somewhere, has one more player who can actually participate and turn things around. Gyante is trying to pop a heal kit, but will he survive? Not really, because the Molly is very close to him, tries to move away from the proximity, has enough HP to fight back, but will this come to a standstill? No, it won't. It's a completely open area. This fight has to be committed to, but the upper hand seems to be on the sides of Stalwart Esports.
Ruse has been taken care of. It all falls down to the last remaining player. And yeah, Stalwart, they just might even ignore Gyante in this position and run away. Because they know that Gyante cannot do much about it. He also has to move inside the zone. On the other hand, SK will also get eliminated. 4MV, two of the players are down on the ground, so the revivals have to be prioritized over here. But other than that, they are in a good spot. If the revivals come in and if they're inside the zone though. Stalwart on the other hand, look at this. They already have that buggy. They are running around with that vehicle, hoping to find anyone all out in the open and just grab that frag. But this is a little bit too passive from the players of SKYLIGHTZ Sports. If you know that there is a hill right in front of you, you need to climb it. You cannot play in the valley. Because if the zone just moves away from you, you will die climbing it.
Seal still trying to hold on to that petrol pump that's near them, the gas station that they're stuck inside. Again, as you mentioned, it is pretty passive, and there is a clear angle for raw officials as well. The moment Seal starts to come back out, raw officials will have a clear sight onto them, making it harder. But in the meanwhile, even before the reset could be completed, 4MV has been barged upon by Stalwart Esports. To fake that they are still confident into the fight, 4MV tries to march on to Stalwart Esports in an aggressive fashion, pushing Stalwart slightly back, but with the vehicles in hand, they are going to be moving forward again. The relocated player from the side of 4MV might be able to squeeze some value, but that's about it. There is not much that can be done at this point. Baron trying to take some shots. With only two players surviving, 4MV does not have much to look upon at. But in the meanwhile, knowing that Stalwart Esports only is running with one extra man on their line might help.
4MV, Miran and Apex. Let's see if if this duo can help their team to get back into action, to help their team get back into the game with the chicken. I mean, once again, they've done their job. 10 points overall in terms of defeat and extra points in terms of standings. So why not go for some more? Why not go for some extra? Stalwart Esports, they are the teams who have to, sort of mount a comeback. So they really need this chicken. And they do have also a good number in terms of the prediction charts. Yeah, I mean, the CL prediction chart is way too much, 30%. But if the zone does not go their way, and even if it does, I still say Stalwart Esports, because coming from a higher ground, it will be far easier to get that game. Now Bot has already spotted down Apex, because HP was a little bit of a concern for Bot. He gets taken down, and it's all down to Tops and Skry in this battle now. Apex already spots Skry. Skry wants to reset, but the nade will not let him. The nade will not let him, and Apex lands it. That's a good knock on to Skry. He will also be taken down, and suddenly a three-man squad of Stalwart has been reduced to just one.
Oh goodness, the way 4MV is playing right now, with the circle still being slightly outside of reach, 4MV will be able to go ahead and actually acquire that revival as well. Now it's a 1v1, v2, v2, v4. Okay, 5 teams. That's how we're going. But yeah, I mean, 4MV, the way they're fighting, even with one man knocked down, are doing a great job. However, they get eliminated finally with 12 men standing from their side. And now Stalwart Esports, the sole survivor, will be able to take at least a couple of frags to try and, put the team on a better spot. But the one team to be scared of right now is going to be Raw Officials. They do not have all 4 standing, but they still have a good number, that is 3. Stalwart and DRS are surviving on single survivors. Seal is not in a good enough position, as you already mentioned. The moment Seal peeks out, Raw Officials has a great crossfire setup. They have Jiggle on one side and they have Sky and Malik on the other, which can actually squeeze out great value. In the meanwhile, Gyante is already on the crosshairs. That will be taken out soon enough, and that is now 3 teams remaining. Stalwart Esports also in the crosshairs of Raw Officials, making it a very possible Raw Official winner chicken dinner.
That's the thing. If Tops does not third party, if Tops does not throw in a surprise, Seal will face a lot of trouble. And even though this is a 60% game in the favor of Seal, that's what the engine suggests. But I do not agree with it, considering that they are just completely constricted to one compound. One good nade is what it takes for the Seal players to just fall one by one. Tops spotted down, taken down by Jiggle. Now they know what's up. Now they know it's a 4v3. And the players of Team Seal are all constricted down to one compound. If Sky from Raw Official can just make a good play over here, that would just be their chicken.
Now we all know what's up, and what's up is the chances of Raw Official to squeeze this game. If they still don't, I have no idea of what to say further. But well, for Seal, I think this is already a sealed fate. They are not going to be able to make it out of here. The moment they peek out, the moment they try to invest in a fight, they will be taken down by Raw Officials. The players are definitely very far scattered from the side of Raw Officials. The revivals are going to be difficult. But that is the question, if it comes down to revivals in the first place. Because I feel like, considering the height advantage that Raw Officials have, the support that Raw Officials can provide from 3 different directions is going to be good enough for them to squeeze this fight into their favor. And if they do, it's going to be what? 12 defeat points, and with that 10 victory points. That's a huge number for Raw Officials, considering they're on the top of the second page and soon to be a part of the first page in no time at all.
Now this is the 9th zone. This is where both these teams have to just constrict towards the center, but Fearless gets that first knock onto Sky, and suddenly it's a 2v4, which just should go in the favor of Team Seal. Now it's very difficult for the players of Raw Official to make a move, because yeah, Malik has a good angle up top, but he will be forced out. He will be forced out of there with time, and Seal, they could be able to capitalize on that. Malik, though, with a nade is able to take down Scooby. So he brings down the number, but still the center of the zone being occupied by Seal Esports. The zone will move very slowly towards them, whereas Jiggle will essentially be forced out. Will be forced to get away from that angle, and even Kirito has started his revival. So with all these tracks to their name, Seal Esports for me has secured that chicken dinner.
Well, a game that was supposed to go towards Raw finally starts to look like it's going towards Seal. But wait a second, that nade converted way too much value for the side of Raw Officials. Now they have enough wiggle room to actually jiggle out of there. And Jiggle could not be spotted with a complete array of smokes deployed right in front. He is going to be able to move much faster and march right onto Seal Esports. Scooby is on very low HP. Finally gets himself back up and running. But in the meanwhile, Kirito has been picked up as well. Now it's a fair and square 2v4, which is difficult to fight for the side of Raw Officials. They have great position, but the fight is not going to go in their favor. One gets taken down, the other is marched upon. And Seal Esports finally get a chicken that they have been waiting for. They had one yesterday, they have another one today. And this is looking like one mountain that they are going to be able to climb soon enough. The Miramar Hills are not going to be a problem. That has been surmounted by Seal Esports with 9 eliminations and 19 total points.
Wow, great job done by the players of Team Seal Esports. They played it out perfectly.
Make it clap.
Alright guys, welcome back after the break. Me and Ahana are back at it again. Now, this game number 2 was interesting. The map of Miramar, the only map.
Yes.
Thank God, because I don't like Miramars at all. Even good. I mean, Series Sports were able to get the chicken. Timing from Raw official could have been a little bit better. That's all I
Yes.
wanted. They threw one nade which got 2 knocks. That's when they could have decided to push it and maybe convert the entire game. For some reason they allowed the revivals to come in and then push. Not just the revival, the reset to come in and then push.
Yep.
Weird decision making from the players of Team Raw officials, but anyways, the odds were against them. They essentially lost it out, and CD Sports with a good chicken dinner for their favor.
Absolutely, in a position where it seemed like Seal might not be able to make it even after such a big engine percentage to their favor, all
Mhm.
thanks to their numbers, Raw officials managed to just let it slip away. And that's going to be
Yes.
damaging them quite a bit because it's a 4 point difference that comes in position when you are not winning the chicken and you secure yourself the second
Mhm.
position. But my oh my, am I impressed with the way Seal started to make their comeback into the game. Even though Raw officials did not get the victory, they have definitely been able to secure themselves a spot onto the first page, I'm pretty sure. But then again, there's Stalwart Esports. Pretty well done, but still short for the victory. But then there's also 4MV. I'm so sorry that we keep repeating the same exact name over and over, but the performance has been just impeccable from that team.
Yeah, this time though it is, as you said, a player from Stalwart Esports. That's action. But yeah, Stalwart Esports as a team, they also showed up in this game. They were able to get good number of good number of points overall in the entire game. That's why you can see them over here. We talk about the top players overall too. 4MV, 4MV, Apex and East. Both of these players combined got 9 frags. Once again, a great game for 4MV.
Absolutely, and the same can be said about Solid Esports as well. Tops and Action combined get 9 frags. But well, stronger FAKELOVE Dobu will also have 3 frags to his own pleasure. But well, I mean, this has been one of the games which was pretty dicey till the end. Wasn't very clear who is gonna win this. And when games go like that, I don't feel bad about missing out on the prediction. It's fine. Surprise me. Surprise me.
Ah, that's true. No, but I could have gotten 1 point on the back of it because I predicted Soul. I mean Seal, sorry, Seal Esports to
Stalwart.
get that
Oh,
to get
okay.
that chicken. So that's something I really wanted to get. Now the prediction this time, but I don't know why our producer did not ask for it. But yeah, we have Seal Esports on top, 19 points to their name. 4MV got 15 points overall. Now that's again a very brilliant game, not just a good game. That's a brilliant game for the players of Team 4MV. Stalwart Esports on the other hand, 14 points. Raw Esports as well, 14 points to their name. But the other teams, they were not up to the mark, I'd say. Mabetex, they had such a brilliant start. And even after that, they were not able to convert the game. But these are some problems that these teams have faced. Probably will play a little bit better towards the next phases or towards the next maps of the entire tournament.
Hopefully. I'm so waiting to see that happen because, to be very honest, things are not looking good for most of these teams. I mean, they have one great game and then they just get caught with completely vulnerable situations, do not make it through in the next one, and then do not make it through in the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that. That's what's happening. You have one good game, and that's about it. You're like a one-hit wonder, and that's not what we're here for. We want to see the one that endures through all 3 weeks of league stage, makes great position in the bonus matches, and wins out on the last finals as well. That's the hunt for. You cannot have one hit wonders for that. But well, we still do have one more Erangel before the TDM. But well, TDMs are gonna be a whole different story. But yeah, that's definitely something I'm waiting for very much.
Yeah, well, the map of Erangel, the follow-up map of Erangel, plus then the TDM. So yeah, it is going to be a fun day, fun Saturday, I'd say. But yeah, fun is going to be on Sunday because we'll have one bonus game extra as well. That's where all these teams, not all these teams, only top 12 teams will be fighting it out against each other. So yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be fun to see how that particular game goes. But yeah, for now, 4MV, 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 should we just talk about them, or is there some other team who can really, put some things on the board and maybe throw in some contention? Overall standings is something that we'll still have to see. because I'd say Seal Esports in the previous game getting that chicken, they will push themselves a little bit up, maybe towards the first page, but not in top 5. So that's where the problem lies.
Definitely.
Top 5, getting in top 5 is where the problem lies, I'd say. Bonus points again will play an important role. If you're in top 5, you'll get extra points just because of better ranking in week number 1. So all these things have to be taken into consideration. Let's see how this game overall goes. Erangel once again a defaulty map. Some teams sitting it out, the others are playing it over here. I think one of the teams from either Stalwart or 4MV is sitting out from this particular game. So the other team has an opportunity to, maybe if it's 4MV play, they have an opportunity to increase their lead. If it's Stalwart Esports, they have that opportunity to decrease the points between all these 5 teams that they are. Because the first time I saw them, they were on 5th spot. They probably have gathered up some more points and maybe somewhere around top 3 is where they're seeing themselves. But yeah, NBeSports, another one of those teams which are performing very good. But suddenly the performance has degraded in terms of the previous 2 games.
Absolutely. Today we haven't seen NBeSports show up their true colors just yet. But well, I'm not gonna give up hope just yet because they are in a good enough position. They're comfortable right now on the leaderboard, and swapping single positions is not gonna be that difficult considering someone else is scoping up to you. Let's say the second team and the third team have like hypothetically 10 points difference, and they are toppled. The third team has come back on top. You cannot expect the third team to have toppled them by 10 points. It's gonna be like 2 points, 4 points, 6 points. And that's not that difficult for NBeSports to cover up for. Because even though right now we are seeing great games coming from some teams, the consistency is something that can only be considered for the side of NBeSports and 4MB so far. Because these 2 teams have stayed on their position constantly through 3 different days, and they haven't toppled anyone just yet. So let's see. Let's see how this turns out. And yes, in this one, we are going to be seeing 4MB sitting out, and it's going to be Stalwart Esports who is going to have best benefits of that, and NBeSports who can actually cover up for the huge difference that was created in the last 2 games.
Now, if you talk about the other game too, I mean, we saw Stalwart Esports taking away 4MV's location yesterday when we saw that map of Erangel and 4MV was sitting it out. Will we see the same thing today again? Because there was another team, I'd say it was STFL or was it JMEX, I do not clearly remember, who was eyeing for the same spot, but as soon as they saw parachutes in the air, they just evaded that location. They just went away from that spot.
JMEX.
Yeah, okay, so JMEX. Now, do we see a similar thing happening in this game too? Because I would love to see someone taking their spot, and if Stalwart take military base, who goes over it? That's another question that I have in my mind.
I think HVDC is the one that might opt for Norep, but well, Stalwart and HVDC both already hopped off the plane. Neither is going there. This time it might be JMEX's luck, and they might be able to actually secure the position without many parachutes that get in their way. But wait a second, Seal, are you on a whole new level today? Way too much confident? Is that team going towards
Nah.
military base? No.
No.
they're not.
They are towards outside
Primorsk?
compounds of maybe military base or Primorsk. Yeah, one of these 2 areas is what this team is eyeing for. But meanwhile, we had that early fight over here. Is it Zarki? What?
Yep.
How? From which date did this spot become a hotspot?
Today is the day. Mark your calendars, guys. Today Zarki becomes one of those places where 2 teams go ahead, acquire loot, and then indulge into a fight. Mabetex, great start, already drew the first blood and also buried it deep into the grounds. Now they have man advantage to go forward with, but in the meanwhile, Bad Intentions trying to become a rotten smell that will get in the way of Mabetex, but not for long, because this smell will be swapped out with air freshener. Just one single player from the side of Bad Intentions survives. Great start for Mabetex, but then I'm not gonna count on it because Mabetex literally has the capability of turning tables around, and mostly not in their own favor.
Although the nade is good from Jax, but what it does is it only buys time. The pre-fire around the corner won't matter much, but this player, okay. For a second, I thought Leo might just get completely eliminated. He was going for the finishing over there. Won't happen. Mabetex will be able to get 3 frags again early on. All 4 players survive, and even the loot will be in their favor. But look at the play zone. towards bridge, and we already see fights happening on the bridge.
Yup, and Yetauta somehow survives, manages to walk out of here, and is not chased by Galzin. Making use of that particular indecisiveness on Galzin, the Leo team completely rotates through the bridge, and this bridge camp did not turn out to be any benefit. And in the meanwhile, well, Mabetex takes care of bad intention as well. Oh, frag,
JMEX.
sneaky.
Yeah, well, see, look at this. I mean, Frag, if he wants, if he can control the spray, he could have gotten at least one there. Decides to play the trigger discipline considering he's all alone. Was a good decision. They've also lost Galzain very early on, so just surviving over here makes a lot of sense for Frag, and that's exactly what he's going for. He will survive, does not have a vest, so that's something he'll need to loot and maybe get. So yeah, other than that, all these teams for now are inside the first zone, but moving towards military base is going to be a big question mark. Because if you do so, and the zone goes all the way towards the main island, you would just feel like an idiot.
Sure would. But well, as of now, Seal survives, JMEX does not become a pebble on their way. In the meanwhile, JMEX Frag still has to reconsider going back to the team and, like, finding himself the right spots to situate himself at. While the circle, to be very honest, has gone towards extreme south as usual. Military base is completely inside the circle, and everything else is slightly struggling. It's a circle that goes all the way up to school, and that's where the radius ends. But yeah, Primosk is outside. They will have to move in. Seal has already acquired slight some position inside, and they are gonna have a battle soon enough with JMEX. However, one player from the side of Seal, that is gonna be Soulless. He is very sneaky and waiting completely outside, waiting for the rest of the team to participate into fights and give the calls, and then move in to support or just acquire space. In the meanwhile, the teams that I'm scared for are going to be Maptex, IAWO, and T2K, because all these teams are all the way in Siverny and Zarki and on the northern side of Georgopol. That's a huge run.
Yeah, JVX though. Frag, does he want to swim? I mean, it has never gone positive for a team or player trying to swim his way across towards the military base island. Never ever have I seen a team swim and then get a chicken dinner for themselves, or maybe even survive for top 5. I don't understand why all these teams try to swim across when they can always fight on the bridge, which is a better option. But yeah, well, I mean, cannot know much about it. Leo Esports, on the other hand, they are somewhere around Novorep, I think. They've already crossed, are looting for themselves a little bit. Okay, not Novorep, it's military base.
Military
Somewhere
base,
around
yep.
military base. Maptex, on the other hand, is what I'd like to see. How do they rotate? Meanwhile, King of Spades, they've literally invaded the city and are now enjoying the tier 1 loot.
Absolutely, King of Spades is gonna be right in the center of military base. However, Raw officials are acquiring themselves a great spot as well, all the way towards the southeastern edge of the shore. They survive slightly below Novoripnoi, and it's gonna be a great position for them because they have nothing to worry about towards their back. I guess the move from the side of JMEX to actually swim across is gonna be fine enough as of now for survival, considering that Seal has them enwrapped. Seal players are already watching the players of JMEX that are inside military base, and there are also a couple of players in Primosk who are watching the other players who are trying to rotate right now. So, water is going to be the only safety guide that they can have to move across with. But NBeSports right now towards the Novorap bridge, trying to cross across, might have a hard time considering there is SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, ASL, both the teams watching onto the bridge, while NBeSports also has one player among themselves of Stalwart Esports. That is going to be another trouble to deal with.
Yeah, for now though, look at this fight. Seal, they've got one knock. On our screens, we have DEADEYES guys who are trying to take down these players one by one. Kirito is down on the ground. I do not see any sort of positive backup coming towards him. So Seal Esports, even though they started off good, But the previous chicken, the momentum will not continue for a very long period of time.
Absolutely. Once Seal gets taken care of, JMEX might have a better situation for themselves as well. In the meanwhile, Deadeye's guys still have to find a way to enter into the circle. Sorry, they're already in the circle. They have to enter into the military base island because that's still not acquired just yet. Ferry Pier is where this fight is taking place, and Deadeye's guys trying to capitalize on it as much as possible. Sussex Sir has himself a vehicle and will be able to navigate to the team and soon enough provide the mobility that's required to actually move on to military base.
Yeah, that is, guys. Let's see. I mean, Precious Sir right now, he's just holding, he's just happy. I know he needs to move 300 meters away inside the zone. For now, the positioning that he has, he's just okay with it. He's like, yeah, we can work with it. IC has been spotted down, and Mr. Boro is throwing in some shots. He'd be a lucky guy if he gets a knock because nobody can aim that far. And that's the case. They will see all these players just rotating away from far away, and SKYLIGHTZ cannot do much about it.
Well, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is gonna have to hold on to their horses and wait for the fights to come in their range. And as of now, as we were all wondering, Mabetex Esports still only able to acquire their spot until Georgopol has a long way to go. Still has to reach at least till school to squeeze this in. And the circle just being very tremendously brutal to all the teams that did not choose to rotate onto the military base just yet because no area from the main island is gonna stay inside the circle. It's hardly like bits and pieces of the shore that still are covered, but rest everything is gonna be only and only on military base.
Hmm. Let's see though. Early fight happening over here. Nima goes down to Sleepy. And yeah, ASL, they will just be happy to get this frag because they've also lost a player. Chari is no more in the game, so any points right now, I think would just be bonus points for them.
Absolutely. Acquiring points is all that ASL is aiming for right now. HVDC, don't tell me they're trying to swim across because they're not in a great position to actually do that. JMEX still has an idea of where the clearance is, and being able to rotate is not going to be that difficult for uh, JMEX or in G. But well, for the side of HVDC, it might not be as good a news. Look, one player already gets knocked down, the other still trying to rotate. And in the meanwhile, NBeSports taking their shots onto Stalwart.
Yeah, let's see Fizbert tossing out a nade. It's a good one, but the follow-up is even better. I mean, the nade from Scry does not connect, does not give enough damage to get Fizbert down, but Fizbert's nade will do so. Scry has been taken away. I see, tagged up a little bit, so NBeSports have to be very careful with the approach now.
NBeSports trying to march right in, does manage one frag as well. There is a knock that will be taken down all the way to conversion. With IC out of the game, Stalwart might have to rethink the way they want to tackle this fight. They have a vehicle, they are trying to rotate out of the bridge, but as of now, they do not have much clearance onto the area. NB Esports completely onto their backs. They have to move out as quickly as possible, and Stalwart is trying to do just that.
Yeah, tops for now. I know he has information that NBeSports is still present in this location and they essentially will have to one way or the other use the bridge to rotate. So basically what he's trying over here is to just gatekeep. Just gatekeep the players of NBeSports, and as soon as they try to rotate in, that's when he'll take some shots. Problem is the number. You only have 2 players surviving. Bot is very, very far away, so backup would be a big question mark. It's only you on the bridge. So these are some of the questions that I have from the players of Team Stalwart Esports who are still playing over here. But wait a second. IAW and T2K, they haven't even crossed the Potato Hill. They are somewhere around Ferry Pier and still rotating inside the zone. What?
Yup, T2K not in a very good situation. Mabetex, however, has overtaken them and finally finds themselves in a safer zone. do still have to rotate from the bridge and are gonna have Deadeye's guys right in front of them. In the meanwhile, Seal Esports still trying to invest in another fight. JMEX, however, not able to stand the ground. This time, height advantage would have helped. Being on top of the staircase would have helped, but did not because JMEX just could not be the right frag amount to be able to take this down.
Seal, great job done by them. I mean, it was just a two-man squad, but they just pushed in and got the other two out of the game. Even the shots from Soulless over here onto another team were also impeccable. Good shots, good frags collected. And yeah, Seal Esports, at least they've made sure that they won't be eliminated over here with 0 points to their name. Now, Soulless, as soon as he sits inside the vehicle, will be shot down by Arrow. Far away, yes, with the logs there. And that's exactly what is needed. An Arrow! Again lands a couple of headshots onto Fearless over there, and Seal has been eliminated with only 2 points.
Seal, one of the teams that had a great run in the last map, unable to carry forward the same performance. HVDC acquiring a lot of area in measures of region, and in the meanwhile having quite a lot of teams to worry about as well. Right in front of them survives ASL, and right behind them is going to be Mabetex Esports. This is a risky northern area of the island that they are taking fights on. In the meanwhile, though, IWO will surrender and will be taken down to one single player alongside JMEX.
And it was Leo Esports to get those frags to their name. So Leo also had a good start over there, and they will be able to eliminate IAWO. Now those are some good frags to find. Volley over the other part of the map is able to get one run over knock. Leo this time are being bombarded by the players of Deadeye's guys. But yeah, off to no avail because they essentially rotate out.
Well, correct judgment there. However, HVDC, a fight that they were expected to have soon enough, will lose in. And Mabetex, just moving forward, do they have the idea of the team that was keeping HVDC busy though? Because ASL still survives, and this time with 2 frags, not as bad a situation as they have been become used to of. But in the meanwhile, Deadeye's guys still trying to secure themselves some position that they can hold on to while Leo tries to march onto them.
Leo though, look at this, 6 frags already to their name, and they also want to rotate inside the zone. Now these moments for Leo will be very, very important. And let's see how does Leo want to play it out. Now, if we talk about the other team's positioning, ASL towards the center of the zone, one of their players knocked. But if we were to make a prediction, let's see. Leo, they're not completely inside the zone. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're entering. I'd say Raw officials. Raw
I
Esports
was
is my
gonna go
team
with the same.
because they are completely on the southern side, no competition whatsoever, have the higher ground. All these things just go in the favor of Team Raw.
I am gonna go with the same exact prediction alongside you, Fritz, because you stole my prediction. You read my mind and then picked the team that I was gonna pick. It's your fault, not mine.
Wow. Okay. Then wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I'll change my prediction to, I'd say, DRS then. If you go with Raw official, I cannot
don't
be the
think
one
that's
to
a-
lose. I don't mind.
Okay.
I don't mind because if I get it correct,
Okay.
it would be very, very cool, to first of all lure
Uh-huh.
you in some other way and then essentially
Acha.
get my first prediction
Nice.
correct. But yeah, as soon as I say DRS, I already see the HP bar for Killer is not looking good, plus he's not inside the zone. Come on, DRS, not like that.
I am so happy. I am so happy right now. This has become the best day of my life in no time at all. Look at that. Look at that. Rules gets taken down as well. And now Leo is gonna be climbing right onto top of DRS. Good job there with your prediction, Prince. I'm pretty happy in the way it is going right now. Oh goodness. This
Answer
is
back.
fun.
Answer back,
fun.
DRS. They just do not. Bro, what? They had 4 players standing in the past 5 seconds, and suddenly they just get eliminated. That's just my kismat, I'd say. That's just my luck. This
Jinx.
never goes my way.
You jinx a lot. The last time you said you were gonna take the name of the team that won, I doubt. I doubt now. I doubt strongly. However, going forward, it seems like your prediction is of no use. Let's see what Raw officials is up to. They again do not have any competitions all towards the southern area. They are trying to mount in towards Leo and ASL, who are already busy in a fight of their own, which Raw officials can actually acquire a third party benefit on. But the players are very widely spread. They are acquiring more and more area control for themselves, and soon enough will be marching right onto a third party position for Stalwart Esports versus NBeSports, which is going to be a great fight to reap fruit of because those two teams are very painful right now for any team who isn't them.
Whew. NBA Esports, they found themselves a good spot. Considering the play zone, they really have to move very little and they'll be inside the zone. Whereas Stalwart Esports wouldn't be a big harm considering they only have two players surviving. So tops and bot, they are just playing for survival points over here. And Mondo, I think, is aware about the possibility of someone being on the left hand side. ASL though, yeah, well, now that's what I like to see. Your prediction going wrong, huh? One of the players down on the ground. Would love to see ASL eliminate the whole squad of Team Raw officials over here.
Sure, that will definitely happen. We'll see that happen. Huh? In the meanwhile, let's see how Raw official retaliates because my team, I think, answers back when I say answer back. But well, in the meanwhile, Leo, however, is getting knocks for themselves and ASL. Oh, I'm so sorry. ASL is left with only one player. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be so capable to take all of Raw officials out, isn't it? Anyways,
I at
but
least
Leo is looking
wanted
strong,
one,
isn't it?
but I get nothing at all. On the other hand, though, they're also firing on the players of Leo. Raw
Which is a
officials
bad fight.
suddenly they find themselves in a no, but they've got one frag. That means it's a 3v4 in their favor. Look at this. Raw though overcommitting a little bit over there, and now Sky is in a spot where he will be instantly mollied and taken care of. Yeah, well now those buggies are not looking good, huh?
I mean, I don't have much complaint right here because again, Leo has one man shot, and that is gonna be one benefit that Raw officials can reap off of. But wait a second, did you lose another one? They already had another knock coming their way. I mean, Leo is looking very strong right now. Anyways, they have three players surviving. They have 12 frags to the name, and look at the way they're marching in. The confidence on Leo right now is completely impeccable. With another vehicle rolling in, Raw officials is gonna chase Leo onto the spot, but then gets taken down because Leo has been very clever with the lure. Two of the players took the vehicle, rotated right in front of the face of Raw officials, and then one was standing behind just to guard it. Beautifully done, great bait. But well, Raw officials still survives with two players on, but is that going to be enough is a big question. However, Stalwart Esports definitely gets taken out completely in the meanwhile. And now NB has two players trying to reset themselves and one solo survivor who can actually participate in fights. Now, this is the position when I wanted Raw officials to actually make benefit of the battle, but they just indulged in the wrong fight at the wrong time.
Praveen and Jigal are the only two players surviving from the side of Team Raw officials, and for a very long period of time, I see all these players just in vehicles, not just stopping at all, running around the map like crazy and trying to get those frags. And Raw officials have been the ones who have not benefited or have been taken down because of it. Two of their players. Now let's see. The NB Sports are the only team not inside the zone. SKYLIGHTZ, yeah, well, two of them are. No fear will essentially be able to get in very soon. The next 20 seconds, does NB Sports find themselves a good ground, a good space inside the zone? Will be my question over here. Raw, they found themselves a shack, certainly towards the center of the zone though, which will be a good spot to be in. And let's see how do they continue from here on.
Absolutely. For Raw, this is gonna be a curse and a boon at the same time. Because to be very honest, a shack in the center of the circle, great job, great place to hold on to. But a single shack, you can be naded in, you can be flushed out anytime. So you gotta be very on toes and very precise with what you do, which fights you pick, which fights you avoid, who you conceal yourself from. because these are the questions that have to be answered by raw officials on constant basis, surviving into this particular shack that is going to be the center of attraction from every single team that tries to move into the circle. However, talking about the particular question you asked right before this, which is NBeSports, will they be able to make it? I don't think so. I do not think so. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, show off! Show off! They're trying to make my prediction come true. Wait!
I don't think so they'll be able to push in, considering they have a lot of smokes and that shack is literally in the middle of everywhere, so you'll get third party if you decide to push in. But yes, NB Sports as well. One of the players has already fallen down. Akash is going in for a revival, but do they have enough time is the question. Because even if the blue zone kisses you over there, you're down. So you won't be able to put that first aid over here. And then these days coming in will also make your life living hell. Facebook gets tagged out, Mondo has been revived, but they are running down the hill. They essentially want to enter from a different part of the zone. So that will be a big challenge over here. Akaz has been able to get himself inside, even drops a smoke and finds some cover. Esports, for now at least, they will find themselves a good spot to be in.
SKYLIGHTZ Gaming not giving up at all, constantly focused onto one particular team, that is going to be raw officials. However, with this, they are going to be attracting quite some attention. And if King of Spades try to move in, try to finally start participating into fights instead of just waiting around to let the fights come to them, they might be able to help out raw officials in some way, and also maybe even squeeze in the chicken dinner for themselves. You never know. In the meanwhile, NB Esports providing great support to raw officials by just being the distraction for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and for Leo Esports. Both the teams are focused on them right now. And even though they do not have much survival chances, they are making it easier for raw officials and KS to survive as long as possible.
Yeah, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming could have been a better choice, I'd say. Because they've been performing previously too. Why did I choose DRS? Still cannot get over it. Although, Mafia Ninja spotted down by the players of Team Leo. And some shots were taken down. They will have to boost up, probably patch up. But once again, the zone favoring the players of Team Leo, Team Raw Official, and the players of King of Spades. Now, all these teams really need to convert it. This is stage number 6, and with only 5 teams remaining, I think this game will go for a very long period of time now, Anna.
Absolutely. And look at the mercy of the zone. The circle gets created completely towards the western side, but it still has raw officials inside itself. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming still has to struggle quite a lot. The moment you start taking names, the team starts getting in trouble. Like, they were doing good. They're nowhere close to the circle anymore. Thanks to your calls.
You're welcome. The other team can find my socials as soon as I come on the screen and probably give me a follow to take their other team's name. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'll do it for free. So meanwhile, SKYLIGHTZ, they are just charging it. Yeah, they get one knock. The trade is there, but essentially they're able to eliminate the entire squad of raw officials. It was not the best possible move because they themselves get eliminated because of this really unnecessary push. But hey, good for me. No chicken for raw officials.
Well, true that. True that. No chicken for raw officials. Still survived way more than DRS did. But hey, let's look at who wins this, because right now it seems like it could be anybody's game. I'm putting my money on Leo though, because Leo has been running around with way too many frags on their hands. They do have quite a lot of players still surviving, and NB Esports, well, they all that Akash is gonna be able to do is be a spoil sport. And for the side of King of Spades, I don't know what to say. This team has done it before. They might be able to, but I really want to see Leo do it this time.
Oh, okay. Let's say Leo. They've got good number of frags as well. So if they end with a chicken, that could really help their cause. So let's see NB Sports. They also at least have one of their players still surviving. King of Spades, though, this is a team that needs the chicken to stay in top 7, top 8, or maybe even top 5, because that fight in the middle leaderboard is very very close to each other. So King of Spades is also again another team that if gets the chicken will benefit a lot from. But yeah, for now the zone and the way Leo is playing, I don't see a way Leo losing this game now.
Absolutely, and currently the amount of area that is under control of Leo is humongous compared to any other team. NBeSports is not even in the circle, so leave Akash out of it. But if you talk about King of Spades, they do have the drop landing right in front of them. If they want, they can actually make use of it. But then again, you're constantly just attracting attention from Leo. Now, here's the thing: Leo has vehicles that can, like, literally just march over, collect information, create the lure, and then get attacks happening by the remaining two players. And that's what I'm hoping to see. But for that, you gotta find out where exactly the players are. I think Leo has an idea of KS, but they're not making a move just yet because they do not know where the single surviving player of NB Esports is.
Yeah, King of Spades. Let's see. I mean, it's all down to, I'd say, throwables. Do these guys have utility? Exo has a nade in his hand, has 9 more nades in his hands, so he could really create a red zone if he wants to. But for some reason, he is tossing all these nades out in just one single direction, and that's not where Liquid is. No damage is also being achieved on the back of it. So it's better to not waste all these utility, all these nades. NB Esports meanwhile also get eliminated. So suddenly now both these teams it's a 3v3. And Mamba finds that opening. Now Nova is pinned down to the same exact tree. Nades. Nades are your friends over here, guys. But I think King of Spades, they just want to move in from the right hand side. Exo X still tossing some nades out, and Liquid maybe troubled by it. No, not at all.
In this particular moment, it seems like XOX is trying to acquire as much damage as possible. But in the meanwhile, Leo has been able to go ahead with the reset. Damage is being traded, but right now the utilities are getting drained from the side of KS and not too much use. There isn't much value that can be squeezed just yet. And the circle is slightly bigger than what you would want it to be at this particular point. Both the teams have enough area to survive in. But look at that. The right spray from the side of Mamba will knock out players from Leo. Liquid being the one that can actually participate in the fight. Takes down one. Will he be able to clutch this out? Is that going to be a possibility? He's still trying to find another one. He has no idea of where Deathstorm is. Deathstorm will be using that utility. Goes in, takes the frag, seals the round, and King of Spades will take the victory for themselves. Alrighty, that winner chicken dinner. Beautifully taken away from the side of King of Spades with 8 eliminations and 18 total points. I mean, wasn't the team that we were expecting to win, but was well executed from their side.
Make it clap.
Alright guys, welcome back after a little short break. Me and Ahana are back at it again with TDM battle now. We will see some stats, we will see everything that you guys want. Also the overall standings too, so that's something very interesting to keep your eye on. But after that we'll be moving to the fun TDM element. Now that's what I'm excited about. $1,000 in prize pool, all these players, all these teams playing it out. Hey, let's see which team wins out today.
Absolutely, this is going to be the last one from round 1, so gonna be pretty exciting to find out which last team enters into round 2 to compete against the monsters that are already awaiting on the doorsteps. But yeah, pretty fun match till the end. Leo had a great run, but they could not win the last one.
Yes. I mean, that has been the
Must
problem.
be painful.
Yeah, that for sure would be. I think overall they'll be still on top because King of Spades did not
Yeah.
have good frags. So Leo Esports, they had a great game. They should find themselves a little bit on top in terms of the leaderboard, which we again will just see in a little bit. So that was a good game. But now, yeah, after this, if we talk about the regular games, it will be a map of Sanhok. Now, Sanhok is literally 70-30. It just goes 30% in terms of skills and 70% in terms of the zone being in your favor or not. Plus, even the luck also includes you getting third, fourth, fifth, sixth. I've seen till seventh party. But if you can survive all that, that's after which you can be able to get the chicken.
Seventh party. I cannot survive 7 individual people.
I know.
But yeah, in any case, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming out of nowhere has no fear coming up as the MVP of the game with 5 eliminations to his name. Great run for the guy, but I really thought it was gonna be someone from the side of Leo. Did they just steal kills?
Does it even matter? I mean, getting MVP does not really
true.
matter. So you just getting those frags is what matters at the end of the day. And Slipknot getting 4, Liquid definitely getting 4. They did not steal frags at all. 771 damage,
Absolutely.
1000 damage. So yeah, that's one of the things that went in their favor. Mama fucking was Spades also stepped up. 4 eliminations overall. So has been a good week for the players of team I say King of Spades in terms of comeback. So they did not play very good on day number 1, but after that they definitely have been improving quite a bit. And especially after break, day 3 and 4 have been very good for King of Spades.
I completely agree to that. And yeah, I mean, in the pool we do have Akash from the side of NBeSports as well, but look at the damage he has. It's 420. And still 4 eliminations. So, okay, I see ya. But in the meanwhile, yes, with only 4s and 5s coming up on the top players, I'm wanting to see Sanhok happen soon enough because numbers change a lot there.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, numbers really change a lot in the map of Sanhok. But let's have a look at how many points all these teams were essentially able to get. Leo Esports 20. So as I said, I mean, the number of frags were just too insane for Leo Esports to not get that first position. 20 overall points. We have King of Spades getting that chicken, but overall only 18 points as they had only 8 number of elimination points to their name. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, a good consistent game. 12 points from this one as well.
Yep, NBeSports with that 11 will be able to cover up some of the gap that has been created between NB and 4MV, which will be retaliated for in the next game, which NBeSports is going to be sitting out on. But well, Stalwart Esports, again, a team that we had high hopes from, we were really aiming to see perform well today, has been only able to acquire 3 points. Seal, even after the victory, only 2 points. This is not the best position for these teams, but well, yeah. In any case, now we have TDM, and after that, one more Erangel, and to close it all, Sanhok.
Hey, now this is going to be a fun arena battle. I still do not remember the teams because I think we did not look at the brackets today. But we will be, as soon as we jump into the game, we will see the teams. I think it's King of Spades and BIT CMF. Or
BIT
some
CMF
other.
already played yesterday.
Okay, so I know one of the teams is probably DRS. Did DRS play till now?
DRS hasn't played yet, but I
Okay,
think
so
DRS
could
is
be.
waiting on the second round. Possibly,
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
really sure.
So we'll have to see. We'll have to see as soon as we
Yeah.
jump into the game. That's when we'll get that confirmation. But yeah, before that, let's have a look at the brackets so we will get an idea about which team is going to play today. The very first, very only, whatever you want to say. So it's King of Spades versus Janmara Elementrix. Now that will be a good game. Considering the position, I'd say King of Spades will have an advantage, but JMEX, individual brilliance, let's see if it can help them win at least the TDM games.
Well, yeah, we'll find out because whoever wins here is gonna have one very tough fight because you can see who they're gonna fight against next. It's gonna be for Miracle Vibes. Not an easy team. Not when it comes to generic matches, not when it comes to TDMs, not at all at any point of time because whether you call it teamwork or you call onto the individual brilliance, they just have all the boxes ticked out.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, 4MB as a team is a very, very strong team. But yeah, guys, let's jump into the battle. JM versus KS, and let's see which team comes out on top.
As of now, it seems like JMEX already being shot at by the players of King of Spades, but still no conversion. Even after such high damage, JMEX becomes the team that is able to squeeze that first blood in. And I have not seen any other TDM go so slow in the beginning itself. But let's enjoy this one with more leisure on our hands. King of Spades still trying to find an opening, but JMEX from both the sides trying to squeeze Mamba in. But Mamba now will be able to recover himself and fight back. Will that retaliation result into much? We'll find out once Mamba starts getting numbers for his own. In the meanwhile, though, nobody on the map anymore. He took a frag and then got traded out instantly. JMEX, however, taking a lot of wrath from the side of Mamba, but no conversions for Mamba himself just yet.
King of Spades, they have that 2-pointer lead, but yeah, it will instantly be just taken away. Considering the positioning that these teams are just playing with, yeah, this is a very slow pace, a very holding sort of a game where these teams are just waiting for a mistake from their opponents, and that's when they'll try to capitalize. Galzin try to just pre-fire around the corner while coming back in so that he does not get any sort of damage on himself and is able to take down one. But meanwhile, Mama finds one of the JMEX's player. Also the second one. Tried helping his teammate, but won't come to much rescue Naruto. He is unfortunate. He was trying to just jump over and go for the jumping shot, but he just climbed over and gave his life away for free.
Well, that's the cost of life right now, specifically when you're in TDM, because you get respawned instantly. So that's the value you're gonna be dying for. Free. I agree. I completely agree. But well, in the meanwhile, JMEX acquiring that lead which they have squeezed back from the side of King of Spades, and right now surmounting on it like anything. This is insane the way JMEX is squeezing numbers for themselves. 11-16 and then... Okay, Orangey, I see you. Taking the fight, falling back, going back in, and well, Deathstorm sees it too. So he's gonna be able to squeeze another one on you. Meanwhile, JMEX still trying to acquire more and more numbers so that the lead can be huge enough for JMEX to survive on, even when things don't look their way.
Just like that. I mean, JMEX still have 3-point lead even after their whole squad was sent back to spawn. And they're happy. They're happy to just wait. The nade goes in. It will definitely force away nobody, but the trade is there. Once again, King of Spades trying to tie things back up, but no, it won't matter. It won't be able to be done because the trades are just too immaculate. That Storm does not expect that angle, and again JMEX just make sure that they have that 3-point lead in their favor.
Absolutely, they do want to surmount on it, and we have seen matches in TDM which have huge differences, and we have also seen matches in TDM which have no difference at all. So let's find out which one is this gonna be, because right now King of Spades is trying to claw back in, but it's still a 3-point lead that JMEX is not giving up on just yet. King of Spades trying to control the warehouse, one of the essential areas to be in when you are fighting off in the TDM, but still not being able to hold the fort just yet.
Mamba has a Groza, but cannot shoot till now because he does not see anyone. King of Spades 1 by 1 again. They brought it close to 23-25, but then the trades were once again in the favor, and yeah, JMEX still have that 3-point lead for themselves. King of Spades, this battle for Naruto, an important one, baits out the players, but nobody follows him inside the warehouse. Mamba is just holding a cheeky angle, but the nade will make sure he dies, and JMEX, they extend their lead all the way up to 5 points.
Oh yes they do, but in the meanwhile, oh goodness, that was a great moment for King of Spades to actually acquire onto, but they could not capitalize because of the backup support that JMEX is running around with. Right now it seems like JMEX is moving in pretty hard and strong with 31 points on the board, 9 more to go for the victory, while King of Spades still falling short by one single number. They have closed in on the lead quite a bit. One more frag and they'll be equalized. Can they do that? They know where Orange is. Naruto was having the nade in hand. It took way too long to toss it, and now it's not gonna acquire any value to itself.
Went in for the pre-fire, no support, so he has to play it out very safe and secure. Now he is trying to equalize the number, which he does, 31 all. The trade over here could have been very beneficial, but once again, JMEX find a couple of frags and have been able to get that numbers back in their favor, baiting out another player. Nobody even gets one. And yeah, for a second, we thought that the comeback was really real for this team. But yeah, now it seems like JMEX should have this game in the back. 38. Where's the 39? Give me the 39, guys. Come on. 35 for King of Spades. So slowly and steadily, do we see a sort of run back coming in? All these players are sticking together for King of Spades. JMEX although only need 2 now.
Let's see if King of Spades is gonna be able to take this away from JMEX because they're so close to victory. Making them go so far away yet again would be something King of Spades is gonna be interested in. Another frag coming in from the side of King of Spades. Add one more to the table. One more and they'll be equalized. Will they be able to squeeze this one? Is this gonna be a comeback story that we see in TDM? Because so far we haven't seen any. Let's see. This pattern is unusual for TDM. For a team to be on the lower side of it and still make it through. Is King of Spades gonna show us if they are the king of the hill?
Hey, fight, guys. It's team deathmatch and not team hold match. You need to fight. Why are you camping in this game too? I understand in classics. I understand in competitive games. Why here? I mean, none of these players are budging. And essentially, it will be King of Spades who will have to make a move considering they are one frag behind.
Absolutely. They will be lured out, and even then, Orange is not making his shots just yet. With those constant jiggles, King of Spades aims to make JMEX much more, uncomfortable, restless constantly, so that a mistake would happen and they would be able to capitalize. They do. They do. Nobody has been taken down. And now King of Spades runs on a higher edge with equalized numbers on board and 2.5 minutes to go. All they have to do is secure one more and then wait for the last one to come to them.
Hey, but they've just made this game very interesting and boring at the same time. It's 38-38. Anybody could win. Interesting. They're literally camping spawn. I mean, KS is not even coming out of their spawn over here. Both these players just holding trains, one player holding logs, the other one around container. Now finally Galzin makes a move and has been punished for it. King of Spades in the lead, but the equalizer is there from Orange. 39 all, and it all falls down to this fight probably. Nobody! It does not matter because King of Spades Mamba will be able to land the final blow and take away the victory from the hands of JMEX.
Well, even after having the most number of frags in the whole lobby, JMEX does not make it. Like, the top fragger was from their side, but King of Spades is going to be the one that walks into the fight with 4 miracle vibes. That is going to happen soon enough, I guess, next week. Actually, next to next week. But yeah, in any matter whatsoever, King of Spades wins this one with one single point. And we saw one fight that has resulted into a comeback. We haven't seen any yet that could do the same. But
Wow. Yes, it was an interesting game over here. I mean, the way that this team played, it's a phenomenal win. Not a phenomenal win, it's a good win to achieve. King of Spades finally able to put the final nail in the coffin, get their 40th point. Now has secured a fight against 4MB. Yeah, you try camping against 4MB, there'll be a DBS in your face. That's what I'll tell you. That's how they like to play when the teams, just camp a little bit too much. So that strategy won't work against them. Now, off with the TDM now. We will be jumping into the game of Sanhok very, very soon. And now Sanhok, your prediction, Anna. Which team do you think is going to come out on top?
I think we're going to be walking into Erangel if I'm not wrong.
Sanhok is the last map?
Yes.
Oh, no, I mean, okay, then probably. What is your prediction for Erangel?
Okay. I know that 4MB has been doing great.
Okay.
But I don't think today is one of the days where they get themselves a chicken. I'm really, really hoping that NBeSports is able to squeeze this one out. but that also depends on whether or not they are playing this one. I think last map is the one that they sit out. They belong to Group A, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
So yeah, that's gonna be one team that I'm gonna have my sight set on. Otherwise, I am gonna wait for Raw officials to show me exactly what they could not the last game.
Okay. Raw officials or NBeSports probably are the two teams that you're looking out for. All right, let's see. We'll have a look if these two teams are able to perform in the way that their fans and Ahana expects them to. But yeah, KS twice. Okay, so King of Spades won on the map of Erangel and then on Arena 2. Let's see if they can replicate it on this Erangel too.
Well, we'll find out. We'll definitely find out. It wasn't a game that was supposed to be won by KS, but they did because Leo, after such a hard work, after such a rigorous run in the whole map, could not really secure themselves the chicken that they wanted. Feel slightly sad about them, but then again, it's definitely one of those situations where you just cannot blame anything. It just did not fall in their favor. However, they did top the tables anyways, so good for them.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's good for them. But now coming into the map of Erangel, it'll be an interesting game. I already can see the players have already joined the lobby, so we will be jumping into the game very very soon. Now this third map of Erangel overall, where do we see the plane path is again another big question, because I for some
Absolutely.
reason cannot see normal zones being formed. Once it just goes completely down south, once it just completely goes down west, once it completely goes down north. Yeah, east is still left, guys. Yeah, PUBG God, if you're hearing me, just throw the zone east. Make Lipovka the center of the zone and let all these players, just loot in Lipovka and maybe fight around somewhere in the waters. That's what I want, a water final zone. That's the only thing that's left, it feels like. Or maybe a spawn island zone, but I think that won't happen. Water zone even has a better probability than that. So yeah, water zones is something I'm really looking forward to this time around.
I still did not get my Yasnaya zone just yet, so I'm gonna wait for that one to happen. A very generic, easygoing Yasnaya Polyana centralized zone overall.
Okay.
But let's see if that's gonna be something that happens. And if it does happen, are the players gonna have an easy time entering into the circle, or is it gonna be a tough call? Because it will depend really a lot onto the flight path and the way that it functions.
Alright, let's go. Let's jump into the battle. Seal, DEADEYES. I can see all these teams over here. Stalwart Esports as well. Leo 2, 4MB in the action back again. So that military base won't be empty for a long period of time. Nowhere is also on the card. So Stalwart, do they go nowhere or do they still go for their query spread? That's my biggest question over here.
I think Nova is gonna be the call for Stalwarts because they do want to close in on the lead between 4MB and considering that Quarry is gonna be slightly farther reach for any team that tries to go there, it might very well be a situation which favors Stalwart if they go towards Nova Repnoi itself. But well, as of now, it seems like T2K again trying to stay on to shooting range. We are not seeing anyone towards Zarki because I8WO is not playing this map. So that's going to be an empty space that can be, fought for. In the meanwhile, we are seeing bad intentions trying to go in towards Stolber. If they do get there, let's see how far they can pull the match because it's all going to depend on where the first circle is for us to find out if a team is going to have particularly difficult time trying to navigate in. Wait a second. What are you waiting for? 4MB finally took the leap of faith. Yes, they did. Okay, I am seeing the Venom leaping at the same exact spot, but they are going towards the northeastern side of the drop, so they are going to be going towards Milta. And finally, goodness gracious, we are seeing a centralized circle. Everybody can celebrate right now because no team at all whatsoever is going to have a hard time trying to navigate into the circle. And that's something every team has been waiting for. And I feel so sad for teams of Group B because they're sitting this one out. The one time Erangel gets a good circle, they're not able to participate. It includes I8WO, it includes NBeSports, it includes Raw officials as well. So both the teams that I was putting my money on are not going to be playing this one. So all right, let me change my position soon enough. But yeah, I mean, a lot of teams that had a great opportunity are not going to be here. Wait a second, what is happening? The game has just begun and Stalwart, as expected, are gonna be marching right onto the faces of 4MV, and with the machete they secured one. Oh no, East, you're gonna be taken south with this one. Stalwart, great start, and every single team in the lobby is gonna be thanking their lucky stars for having landed into this particular map. Stalwart has made things easy for every single player on the lobby. But yes, it's still gonna be one player surviving, that is gonna be Apex from the side of 4MV. He is gonna be hunted down, but I think he already secured himself at least one weapon to be able to take the fights. Not really sure if he's gonna win any of those, but currently, it seems like Stalwart is also lacking on intel. They haven't been able to find out where exactly Apex is. Until they don't, Apex is safe. But yeah, in the meanwhile, bad intentions completely scattered around Kameshki, Stolber, and even the southern regions of both these areas, completely covered by bad intentions, with a huge area to loot upon, to acquire resources from. While if you talk about HVDC, they are being pretty concentrated in one single zone.
Mm-hmm. And if you the drops have been very interesting, and that especially that first fight, 4MV just losing it out and only Apex surviving. So 4MV does not have a fun time over here. And Stalwarts, yeah, they are happy. They for sure are happy. 3 frags to their name. Great start to the game. Let's see how do they continue. It's finally a very mid circle where Pochinki is the center of the zone. Thank you so much, PUBG Boss, for that. And these teams will finally take a sigh of relief that finally we can play a normal game from here on, because predicting for these teams probably will be a little bit easier. But yes, let's see. I mean, the other important factors of the game, 4MV out and about probably. It's only Apex this time around, and this would be one of those games where 4MV get what, 2-3 points only.
Might very well be. And a cover up already came in from the side of NBeSports. Last game, they acquired themselves 11 points. So that's good enough start for NBeSports to actually close in the gap that they have with 4MB. And the way the game has started, I feel like because both of the names that I did predict for Erangel are not going to be playing this one, I feel like Stalwart might be the one winning it.
Ooh, okay. Stalwart
Early call, but
Esports.
believe it.
Okay, so Mr. Producer, I'd like to point it out that Anna has already made a prediction. So even if you ask for the prediction in the fourth zone and we have one player of Stalwart Esports remaining, her prediction remains the same. I did not make it,
Wow,
so
you get to switch it.
I still
You
will
get
have
to
a
switch
chance.
it.
I never made a
Wow.
prediction for this game. You just made it right now.
No, you get to switch it even yesterday. Even the last game, you switched your prediction after naming it. And now
That
I
was
don't get the
because we
chance.
cannot have same predictions. That's the unwritten rule.
Nobody said that. Nobody said
That's
that.
an unwritten rule. That's why it's unwritten, because nobody said it.
Anyways, we're gonna respect the producer. He's already said no predictions that are mentioned before the ask will be
Nah,
counted.
that's
So yes, I have another chance to predict. But
no.
well,
Let chat tell that. I'd still say you predicted
Sha-
Stalwart.
Okay. You know what? I'll predict Stalwart is if they are alive at that point, even if it's one single player and even
Let's go.
that player is inside a fight and almost about to lose. I will still
Yes.
predict Stalwart if they survive to the point where the producer asks for the predictions. Until then,
Finally.
let's focus on to the game. And yeah, look at
There's not
Deadeye's
much
guys.
to see
Great
right now.
position. I feel like there is.
Okay.
Deadeye's guys has great position.
Uh-huh.
However, it's also the center of attraction for every single player that is going to be entering in, because once bad intention starts pushing in, if they scare stronger fake love a little, then stronger fake love will also start to try and move away. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is already making their way to school, and well, HVDC also wants to learn more about direct and alternating current, so they might be found in school as well. And these teams could be pressuring Deadeye's guys quite a bit. Again, a team that is supposed to be bringing themselves a chicken soon enough is gonna have a lot of trouble trying to stay there. And Leo, with that impeccable run in the last game, I am scared to be around this team right now.
Oh, that's true. Early fights for Leo this time around will be for sure feared. HVDC though, do they fear Leo Esports? Now that's the biggest question. Do if that fight occurs, if that fight happens, I mean, Deadeye's guys also will hear the shots and probably be interested for a third party. Let's see if those things really do matter over here or not. Deadies guys, they're happy. I think they're around where school region, probably around apartments is where they've positioned themselves, and that's a good position to hold. After a very long period of time, I'd say that position has become available because for the most part the zone was not even going there. But yeah, for now they can just drop in, they can just sit there, and let's see, Deadies guys, how do they want to continue the game?
Well, we'll soon find out. In the meanwhile, Stalwart Esports still not going into the circle just yet. Finally, the vehicles are rolling in, and with the wheels on this bus going round and round, we might see them going all the way towards Milta, which is an evacuated place right now. Even though it is inside the circle, no team has decided to stay there because everyone is attracted towards the center. So that's not going to be very difficult for the side of Stalwart Esports. However, Seal, I mean, I get it. It's the first zone. I get it. It does minimal damage. But I guess if there isn't something so important going on already, maybe move out, maybe relocate. Because why do you want to waste your medics in the process?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's better to just get away from that particular spot and just be in a position where you feel comfortable enough and not use those medicines early on, because during the final zones those could really come in handy, considering you reach final
You
zone, right?
survive. Yeah.
So that's the biggest if in the entire equation. Although another shift of the zone coming in, this time it has gone a little bit towards the eastern side. Now school still remains inside. Majority of these teams could be seen engaging, or I'd say concluding towards the center of the zone. And let's see, I mean, Deadies will have a lot of party to attend if everyone just comes out towards those apartments over there.
Absolutely, and not the kind of parties that will result in any celebration for Dead Eyes guys themselves, because they seem to be one of the teams that will not be able to survive that battle at all, because that's gonna be multiple people trying to acquire one single spot which is already under their own control. However, in the meanwhile, stronger fake love trying to become stronger against T2K, who is already on the rampage to try and frag people out. Dobu has been taken down, Stronger Fake Love surviving in only 3 players right now, while T2K still has all 4 on board with no damage soaked in at all whatsoever, forcing Bekujin to just evacuate the region with damage soaked in constantly. While Leo, again, I told earlier as well, this is going to be a team to fear, but HVDC just not getting scared at all and delivering their own electrifying performance against Leo.
Only Yet Out and if Yet Out and Slipknot played together, they could have been able to take down the entire team, because look at the HP bars. Rogue, Aero, 1 HP each. It was just the 2 men assassination coming in from the players of Team Leo that dealt such big amount of damage. And now Slipknot has also been spotted down. Nades being thrown his way, he tosses a few smokes, runs away, tries to survive, but for how long is the biggest question, because I already see HVDC committing to this compound and probably hunting this last player of Leo.
Well, HVDC already has an idea of where the player is. They are trying to march in and move in onto Leo. Slipknot is gonna be able to slip away from HVDC, but will he be able to slip away from bad intentions? Because they too might have some intentions of fragging this player out. With nades in hand, he will be able to buy himself time, but that's all he can buy. His life is not gonna be up for sale. He's gonna have to survive with his might. In the meanwhile, I think already IHC has started shooting on him, and all this gunfire is gonna be attracting attention from the side of bad intentions as well.
So Slipknot stuck, and the nade almost took him down. He somehow is able to get out of that position, but HVDC has already spotted him down. Although good decision being made by HVDC to not commit out in the open, because they know that the threat of third party is really real, and they are happy with the frags that they have. But the nade from Rogue will make sure that Slipknot does not survive, and Leo Esports, they just become the very first team to get eliminated in the game.
Well, it's not gonna be very easy for HVDC to continue forward from here, considering one player is already taken down, the other is knocked, and there's quite a few attention already attracted onto themselves. Will be able to retaliate onto Godless and make him lifeless for now, but that's gonna be the contribution that came in from the side of bad intentions. Instead, Stronger Fake Love in the meanwhile trying to make sure that ASL does not have much wiggle room for themselves, and the circle deciding to go right close to Yasaya Polyana, but still leaving the whole city out with a very hard northern chip.
Yeah, it's definitely a shift coming in over here, but let's see. IHC though, they for some reason decided to push over here. They've got 2 knocks, great, best job ever. But how do you convert these? Arrow, I mean, he might just get taken down, but Rogue is making his way across the road, and if you allow him, there'll be a revival, which Joel says no to. Yeah, easy frag confirmation. Even Aero will get eliminated completely. So IHC, they secure 2 frags overall, and HVDC also suddenly, which seemed to be a good position. Yeah, now they are just facing the threat of elimination.
Absolutely. The threat of elimination is definitely lingering upon HVDC and 4MV as the weakest teams right now, with only one player surviving on each, and 4MV already getting shot at as well. So let's see how far Apex will be able to climb up. In the meanwhile, IHC with the fight, they are going to be walking out of here without really contesting much against bad intentions. And even HVDC will be having that one player surviving without much getting in the way. However, T2K busy with King of Spades, both teams that require victories constantly. King of Spades already on a good roll today, but will this roll take them to the heights, to the cloud nines, is the question.
Ah, SCFL though. Let's see ASL. They I get amazed to see teams like ASL holding compounds in a 3-1 manner. Now that's, don't get me wrong, a great position to hold, but then 3 of your players are just stuck inside one compound, and that's a problem because one, two, three, four. I'd say 8 windows on one side over here. I suppose 8 on the other side, but they basically lead to one big room, and one good nade is what it takes to take down one player. And we already see teams carrying 7, 7, 8, 8 nades at a single time. So when you're holding compounds like these, you are essentially facing threat of elimination just by utility. So that's something I'd like to see teams deal with, and probably not get stuck in the vehicles as such. But yeah, that's just me.
I mean, that's some troll that's coming in from the side of King of Spades. They themselves just stuck the vehicle by sticking up the another one right behind it. But well, in the meanwhile, Faisal and Mamba very focused onto their duties, trying to find out where to pick up a fight. In the meanwhile, also crossing right in front of DEADEYES guys, who are too scared to take a fight just yet. Why are no bullets coming in? I don't know. But should they? Yes, they should. They definitely should. And finally, the damage gets seen.
Yeah, King of Spades. I don't know if that's part of a mistake that you made over there or not, but you have definitely been eliminated out of the entire server. Frags just accumulated by the players of Team Seal, and they'll be happy. They'll be more than happy to get all these 4 frags, just literally, walking towards them, saying, just take me, guys. Just take us. Just eliminate us. And see, for some reason, when we saw the players of DEADEYES guys a few seconds ago, they had the exact same position that Seal had. But they decided to rotate towards the outside squad house of Rozog. And now they're feeling sorry for themselves because Seal seemed to be in a better spot than DEADEYES guys.
Absolutely. As of now, it seems like I'm gonna stick with Stalwart Esports because I said I will, and they also look good right now. What's gonna be your poison? Who are you gonna pick, Fritz?
Difficult choice, but SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Because I think they've been performing good. They have the composure to finish the game, and that's why I'll choose that particular team over here.
Alrighty, let's see if that turns out to be what the predictions, what the results are gonna look like. But well, as of now, T2K already scrambling right inside a fight, smoking inside the room itself, like smoke grenades smoking. But yeah, in the meanwhile, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming has their crosshair set onto T2K. These two teams are already in a fight, which makes me feel like SKYLIGHTZ might be losing at least one player in the process. And if they do, then it's not on them, it's on Fritz.
Okay, don't mind. I don't mind that particular thing happening. But right now, Stalwart, yes, they're in a bit of trouble. Bot 22 needs that revival. At least one good thing has happened for him, that he has gotten very far away from the players of DE Venom. And unless Krita creeps up too long, the revival will be facilitated and they will be rotating. But on the other hand, they also fight against the players of DE Venom. I think because Toss has been taken down. Was it by SKYLIGHTZ? Was it by ASL? I don't know. But yeah, Stalwart, they do not seem to be in a good position at all.
Absolutely. Even after a great start, the team is literally shattering right now, and it does not seem like the optimal situation. However, the reset has come in for the side of Tops, and he is gonna be able to participate into the fight soon enough. But yeah, it's gonna be slightly difficult. Scry already trying to go ahead take as much help as possible from the teammates. D Venom, yes, do situate themselves very close to Stalwart Esports. In the meanwhile, though, I think SKYLIGHTZ Gaming might be happy to take up some of the frags from this fight as well. However, stronger fake love, one of the teams that was becoming a thorn in the way of Stalwart, is now occupied with Mabetex Esports and with ASL. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, Stalwart. One of their players again gets just spammed, I think, inside the smoke and has been taken care of. The knock is there. And although both these players will be revived, so yeah, Tops will be brought back into action and Stalwart Esports will have all their 4 players back up and running. But the problem is they're completely out in the open. Where do they go to get inside the zone? Seal Fearless, on the other hand, gets a good knock onto Jiro. Mabetex will lose again another player over here, and Seal. They are also the compound that they have looks to be a very strong apartment. I think apartments is where they are at, and seem to be that's a very good position to be in, because again and again they are converting some frags. Look at that, D Venom, DRS, all players of different teams being taken down by Seal.
So far, it seems like it's not gonna be an easy run for this side of the Venom, because Seal is definitely mounting right on top of them. Constant aggression coming in, and this just means that SKYLIGHTZ is gonna have a clearer shot on Stalwart Esports.
Let's
Scry being the
go.
only one surviving, because the other two teams were occupied between themselves quite a bit. Your teams have sworn to pick up onto my teams, and that has been something that we've been noticing for a really long time. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm happy if you get something, but well, I don't think you will. Look at that. The aggression comes in, and now Stalwart is out of the woods, but SKYLIGHTZ is losing players.
Yeah, Seal has also been in a very precarious situation. The revival is coming in, but Rambo seems to be pushing in with a shotgun, and he finishes one of the knocked players out. Now, only if you left the revival and went for the frag first rather than just baiting out your teammate in that position. Now it's all down to Riley, and Riley will be able to get one, and Fearless will be taken down. So D Venom, yes, reduced to just 2, but still are firing on all cylinders. The push will come in from Soulless, and yeah, it's just 1 HP left for Riley, but he still needs a good amount of damage just to be taken down by Scooby and Seal. They will lose 2 players, but will at least survive for now.
9 on board for the side of Seal. Mabetex, Seal, IHC, and DRS, all 4 teams still in the region of school, trying to make sure that they have enough educated guesses of where the circle will be and where they have to move in for the next shot. But yeah, in the meanwhile, things getting harder for the side of Deadeye's guys, because bad intentions slightly trying to surmount onto the situation, and the circle not favoring either of the teams. Still gonna be difficult for BIT and DE, because they both still have to find out their opening into the circle, and once they do start moving in, I guess 4MB will be breathing their last breath.
Yeah, because it's only one player standing from 4 MB. And this random spam from Rules has definitely tagged out the players on the opponent side. So you have to be a little bit more careful. DRS CMF also just approaching this particular compound where Alex is all alone. He has a very big job to do in front of him. Has been able to bring down Dante to very little HP, but the push just comes in and the frags are there. Just before going, Alex was able to toss a nade, which took down Knight in the process. But yes, DRS CMF, easy job done by them. They will be able to acquire this particular compound.
With that, DEADEYES guys also invest themselves into a 5-4 and we has been completely taken out of the game, and right now it seems like Mabetex Esports and DRS both are trying to squeeze numbers out of bad intentions. These two teams constantly showering their bullets right onto the IT players are making life impossible for the one player who is way far away from the safe zone and still gonna be struggling to find the way in while the circle moves in first. Deadies guys also losing players in the meanwhile. I feel like your prediction finally is gonna because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming seem to be one of the most promising teams surviving in the server right now.
Yeah, that's true. Although DEADEYES CMF for a second, I thought they just might be able to escape, but Leo with the Scarl and the vehicle damage is essentially able to get all the necessary frag. In situations like these, you needed CMF's DEADEYES's player to be up top in one of these compounds and provide some cover fire. That did not happen, and because of it, these players have been taken down one by one. Now, the zone will play a crucial role, but if it goes anywhere except for these apartments, SKYLIGHTZ, no chance they lose the game, because essentially Seal, DRS and Mabetex will just fight it out amongst themselves. DEADEYES guys are already under so much pressure from all these different teams that they cannot survive for a very long period of time. And SKYLIGHTZ are completely alone in that squad house that they have chosen for now. So I really do not see a way for SKYLIGHTZ to lose this. But then again, the play zone has to favor them a little bit over here. Let's see if that's the case or not. If SKYLIGHTZ is able to get that zone advantage overall for themselves. DEADEYES guys for now under huge pressure, and once again Leo just making sure that pressure is not taken away. The knock is there. They will once again get back into the shack, get those rivals back up and running. DEADEYES guys will survive for now.
Well, absolutely will. But for how long is going to be a big question. Even though the numbers look good for the side of DEADEYES guys, they are going to be soon caught off guard by the players of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, because these are the only two teams that survive on the northern region. Everyone else on the southern region busy fighting off DRS and Mabetex Esports, BIT surviving players, and Seal alongside T2K. Every single team just trying to find out an opening. In the meanwhile, DEADEYES guys becomes a prey for no reason at all. They were just holding their ground and then they start getting buried into the same one.
Now look at this. The zone is literally in the favor of DEADEYES guys. SKYLIGHTZ will have to move a little bit, but they'll probably have some cover. But now these apartment teams will have to fight it out amongst themselves. Delta, third party from SKYLIGHTZ. Obviously, if you stand, you will be punched in the face. The nades being thrown in. Soulless will be subjected to rules there, and that's a good one. Now, Seal only had 2 players. So now it's all down to the last remaining player for Team Seal Esports. For how long do they survive? Scooby's nade will take Gyante down. Scooby is tossing another nade over here, so you'll have to be careful. Rules has been tagged up quite a bit. So, DRS, they need to reset, they need to take their time, but guess what? They don't have it. They need to move inside the zone. And let's see if Seal, they allow this to happen. Scooby is the only one who can do anything about it. And VIT as well, still surviving. Where are the players of VIT? I do not see them on the mini-map, but they are just being taken down one by one. And even are the players of Team Mabetex Esports.
Well, as of now, it seems like T2K is going to be under the wrath of DRS. And T2K might not be able to survive for long, to be very honest, because even though there are smokes that can help them go for the revival, I don't think that opportunity is going to be landed to them as easily, because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is also surmounting right on top of them. And with that, it's going to be just 4 teams surviving in no time at all, because Seal, with that fall damage, will take some pressure onto themselves as well. And now it is DRS, Seal, Mabetex, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and DEADEYES guys. These are the 5 I can see on the map. Where is... Okay, never mind.
4.
Never mind. It's gonna be 4, yes, because Seal got taken out as well. Now with that DBS, let's see how much Delta can squeeze in. Inside the apartment, it might work.
SKYLIGHTZ, they really have a good position inside the zone. Plus, this Mabetex and DRS fight will essentially give them the advantage. Delta tosses a nade, takes Leo down. Volley is still remaining with quite a good amount of HP, but the trades are happening. The third party is also there. Slayer has been able to get 1 knock, but Delta will be completely taken down. Nima as well has been taken care of. No Fear gets that counter knock onto Precious Sir, But the zone, look at that. Mafia Ninja has been able to get inside the zone. Volley, close range angle. Has to be very careful about this. Gante also being third partied by the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ. One by one, these players are falling. Leo needs to make a run for that. Now, killer bot, close range angle. As the DBS, not for long, he will be taken down. Desert, instantly prone down so that he is able to survive for now. The smokes, will they help them to get inside the zone? DEADEYES, guys, slowly and steadily they are taking some damage onto themselves, but they have enough vehicles, enough cover, whatever you want to say it, you can just call it out. But they have enough area to survive under. But now even Mabetex surviving with 3 will put a lot of pressure on DEADEYES, guys.
Absolutely, DEADEYES guys under that pressure. Will they be able to pop themselves out as the victors, or will they just get cooked up is gonna be the question. Right now, Mabetex not being able to survive the way they were required to, with those nades falling in left and right. Mabetex constantly losing players, but wait a second, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming losing players in return from the side of Mabetex Esports.
Unnecessary push coming in from No Fear. As soon as you saw that knock coming onto the player of Team Mabetex, you knew that this push cannot happen. And now look at this Mabetex. One by one players keep falling down for them. DEADEYES, guys. For them, it looks like a very good situation right now.
Right now, it seems like everything is gonna be slightly difficult for the side of Mabetex Esports with that useless aggression that came in from both the teams, Mabetex as well as SKYLIGHTZ. They both are losing players, and DEADEYES, guys, in this process is gonna acquire themselves a great enough position. However, moving out of the zone is gonna be pretty difficult. But let's see. This is not the best exact situation for either teams. How is the situation gonna look going forward? With all players surviving, DEADEYES, guys, might be able to take this through, but will they be able to survive once they walk into the open?
No, this is the 9th and the final zone. So essentially, you cannot predict where all these players are going to be. SKYLIGHTZ only have 2 of their players surviving, but they have a lot of smokes to work with, and they've created sort of a wall to give no information to your opponents. Mabetex and DEADEYES, guys, are very separated too. Now the chances of SKYLIGHTZ getting a chicken are very low, are almost next to 0. From here, you needed a third party, you needed a fight between Mabetex and DEADEYES, guys, which was happening. But now you're left with no players at all, and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming have been eliminated. DEADEYES, guys, a 4v2. They do not have a vehicle, so Mabetex will still have an opportunity to close this game out. They throw a nade over here. Volley has been tagged up quite a bit. They stand up and they get all the frags. And DEADEYES, guys, overall are essentially able to get that winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Brilliantly done by DEADEYES, guys. Again, in the beginning of the match itself, we did once mention that it is one of the teams that is going to require a chicken for themselves. And since the beginning, they were holding the center of the map, and they did all the way till the end. They only moved once school became a part of not safe zone. Once school became a part of the danger zone, to be honest. But yeah, other than that, DEADEYES, guys, did a great job overall.
They surely did. They surely did a great job overall in the entire game. And with 7 eliminations and 10 overall placement points, total points being 17, DEADEYES, guys, get that chicken.
Make it clap.
A new 1.6 by 1.6 kilometer map is coming to PUBG Mobile version 2.7. In this map, there are several energy zones where you can receive random attribute boosts, such as increased speed and health recovery. At the same time, lots of supplies spawn in the area. Be sure to grab them while you can. After finding all the supplies in an area, you should keep moving to find more supplies. The fastest way to move about is through portals. Go through one to teleport to the other side somewhere else on the map. After exploring an area, it's best to teleport somewhere far. However, it's important to note that there's a cooldown after use, so it can't be used too frequently.
If you want to travel across mid-distances, be sure to take note of the updrafts on the map. Get close to an updraft to get lifted into the air. After reaching a certain height, you'll descend back to the ground. During your descent, you can freely adjust your direction to head to your destination. This transportation method is very handy for escaping dangerous situations. Another thing you have to watch out for are the volcanoes on the map. The lava erupting from these volcanoes can cause damage within a certain range. Be sure not to step on the lava. Otherwise, you'll keep taking damage and lose health. After arriving at a new area, be sure to search for exclusive crates. Approach them to get exclusive themed supplies. Apart from exclusive crates, timed airdrops are also a great way to get supplies. So make sure to keep an eye out for the countdown timer on the minimap. It indicates when an airdrop is about to appear. After the countdown ends, a crate with amazing supplies will rise from the ground. When this happens, there will surely be many enemies vying for the crate, so make sure to lie in wait beforehand and evacuate quickly after grabbing the supplies. If you get injured when going for the supplies, go to the recovery point indicated on the map. You'll be able to heal there. Just run into it to fully restore your health and armor in an instant, just like with teleporting. The recovery point has a cooldown after using it. It can't be used again until the cooldown ends. If the battle gets too intense and you find your teammates eliminated, you can bring them back within a limited time at the towers located on the map. The towers also have cooldown after being used. Each player can only be brought back by a teammate once. Players that have been brought back will directly respawn near the tower that was used without having to jump back to the battleground. Hurry and join your friends in the fight for victory.
Alright guys, back after a short break. But what a game. I mean, it went super close.
Yep.
I thought I will be getting my first prediction right, but well, No Fear had other plans in his mind. Or was it Mafia Ninja? I do not remember, the guy with the buggy. For some reason, he decided to just push in. He thought it was a good idea to push onto the players of Team Mabetex Esports. Obviously, he was very wrong in that and was punished for the same. And DEADEYES guys is using that opportunity perfectly. The last 4v2v2 that they played was also very phenomenal in their own manner, and a great job done by that particular team. So overall, a good game, but would love to see how the final map of Sanhok now goes, because all these teams will be playing in the map of Sanhok, and that is a map which has 70% skill, 70% luck and 30% skill.
Absolutely, and that's gonna be one particular moment where any team can actually swap things around and get themselves point. Because even though it's not one of the most tactical points, it's tactical maps. It gives you equal number of points as the tactical maps, so you can basically make use of this luck factor that comes in and just join your hands, pray to God, and just make sure that you get yourselves the chicken dinner on this particular map, at least specifically if you're a team that is struggling really hard on the leaderboards, because this is where things can change around a lot. However, talking about things changing around, Fritz, what happened to 4MB? It wasn't a very bad circle. It was not very far away from themselves. But in the beginning itself, everyone got dropped down by Stalwart Esports except for Apex. And then Apex was in no condition to take any fights for himself.
I mean, this is one of those games where you do not expect plays like these to happen. So it sometimes happens. One of the bad games. This you could just say this was one of the bad games. Otherwise, they're getting what 10, 15 points every game. They can afford
That's
it.
true.
No problem whatsoever. They can easily afford it. I think they might be yes, they will be playing this game of Sanhok, I think, because they've already had their Miramar out. So they will be playing in this particular map. It'll be a good game for them. I mean, they cannot do much about the luck factor, but they definitely can do much about the fragging factor that they excel in, getting those frags for themselves. So for sure, Sanhok is going to be an interesting map. But talking about this current map, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, No Fear, maybe the MVP, but I'd still say if he was the buggy guy who made the first play when SKYLIGHTZ had 3 players surviving, that was not the good play to make.
Absolutely. And yes, he was the guy. He was the guy, because you did mention during the casting time as well that No Fear has different plans in mind. So I particularly remember it was him. And well, even with 1105 damage, he has only 5 eliminations. He does have 5 knocks and 5 assists on him. That's good enough. But then again, I do feel like there could be more that could happen from the side of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and they could have actually secured the victory on this one. Even though that would mean you would run ahead of me in predictions side, I do not really mind, because here it has been a big blunder that came in from their side to make them lose this. DEADEYES guys, the most number of eliminations from their side has been 3. So even though it is going to be a chicken dinner, I don't think it's going to be a very convincing chicken dinner. So the toppling down wouldn't be as huge as we were expecting.
I mean, Yeah, that's correct. Skylights though, this is a team that was on the third spot. So in the overall standing, they still will be somewhere around that position, I think. So it will be an interesting thing to see where Skylights stand after this game. But talking about the match summary, more or less he's like showing no fear entirely for the side of Skylights. But yeah, soulless in terms of healing, he's at least there out on top.
Absolutely. But well, in any case, if you talk about SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, No Fear definitely had a lot of contribution to the team, but then also towards the victory and also towards the loss. Because if only there was a little more patience, a little more caution, the team could have actually seen themselves acquire the chicken dinner that they were aiming onto. But well, I do gotta say that Stalwart Esports had a great start for themselves. They did not continue the way they were expected to, and I'm not even seeing any of their players actually make it into the top few. So that's another sad story that is coming from this side of Stalwart. But well, in overall rankings, I think they might have, yeah, they have secured the
Okay.
eighth position with only 3 frags. Not good.
No, but wait a minute. Skylights Gaming is on top right now. So does that mean do
Yep.
I get my prediction correct?
No, you don't. It's about the
But
chicken. I
no,
confirm.
it's about getting the first position.
No, it's about getting the chicken. It's about survival. Yeah.
Ah, okay, DEADEYES guys. You spoiled the
Sad
game for me.
story.
But hey, congratulations on getting the chicken. You guys really needed it and deserved it in the game, respectively. So yeah, congratulations to you guys. A good job done by them. Bad IntentionX CMF 3 points for them. IHC get 2, ASL DominationCrew get 2. But these are not significant points, I'd say. Even 4MV being eliminated on just 1 point. Very unlike of 4MV, but that's what happens in one of these bad games. And we might see a better performance from this team in the map of Sanhok.
Well, Sanhok is one of the maps where I do not really even count a team on the basis of statistics. So we'll definitely find out what's gonna happen there, depending on where the circle is, where the teams are, and where the flight path is. Because Sanhok is one of those maps where I do not expect consistency, do not seek consistency. But yeah, I do feel sad for the fact that 4MV came in with only 1 point because the team has been performing really good. But then I also feel happy for every other team because having 4MV on one single point means your distance with them is gonna close in. Not if you're Venom DE or ASL or IHC because you've literally gotten just 2 points, so that does not change anything, to be honest. But yeah, the teams on the first page definitely must be happy. With the last map that remains for us, which is gonna be sat out by teams from Group A, it's gonna be Sanhok right in action, and I'm waiting to see what this one brings in.
Map of snakes. That's what I like to call this map. Although the good thing is we haven't seen any sort of snaky gameplay from the at least previous 3 days. Now this is day number 4, but the
True that.
previous 3 days I've been like, yeah, everyone is standing up and fighting, and rarely we see a snake here and there. And that has been a good welcome change, I'd say, for these teams. They are also
Absolutely.
taking it on themselves to indulge in more team fights rather than surviving solo or just leaving a guy completely somewhere out in the open and the remaining players just trying to take that fight early on. So that's a welcome change. I mean, I still remember the days when Sanhok was played in a way where you had only 3 players in the team. One of the guys was just like collecting first aids out of the small compounds, had 40 first aids and one healing myself outside the play zone and getting second position. I'm very happy that's not happening now, and would love to see some more action and some more team fights coming in the map of Sanhok.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel this particular season, this particular region has been playing Sanhok as if it was a TDM without respawns and with too many teams at the same time, with 16 teams at once. That's the only difference. Like, you have more teams and you do not respawn. That's the only difference. Other than that, they've been playing just the way TDMs are played. So I guess not bad intentions. We had King of Spades today. King of Spades
Okay.
definitely is practiced and well versed for this map today because they've
Yes.
already done the TDM. And I mean, there wasn't much difference between them and the other team, so that's definitely another benefit point coming in. But yeah, we'll find out how things unfold once we enter into the map because this is gonna be one where everyone likes to be in boot camp. However, we're not seeing the same happen in this region.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see early fights in boot camp and Paradise Resort, and from then, things changing around. Stalwart definitely will be landing on to boot camp if they play, but they won't. So, that's sad.
NBeSports though will be a team that we will be seeing in this game, so that's a team I'm excited to see. But yeah, let's jump right into the action. We're looking at the plane path, which really does not matter at all in this map because you can literally drop it anywhere that you want, irrespective of the plane path. And it's a little bit towards the western side or eastern side. Eastern side. Okay.
Yeah.
So a little bit towards the eastern side, but still you can drop on Camp Alpha. Even Tambang is a position that can easily be dropped in. So all these teams will be dropping in all these different positions. Let's see if we do see some drop fights happening.
Let's see. Definitely gonna be waiting on to see what turns out to be the situation in this particular map because again, one hit or miss map is up here. Now that Stalwart isn't here, the area of boot camp is completely available for the taking, and I think IHC is the team that wants to claim their throne onto boot camp. In the meanwhile, if you take a look at T2K, what a spread is that? Am I looking at a sandwich? Because you literally see one player in Mongnai, other one going towards the northeast of Camp Bravo. You see two players going towards the western side. What is happening? Okay, it's a sandwich. It's definitely a sandwich.
I think these guys just prepped for this maybe because they are in a very good spot over here. They will be able to, all these players will be able to get some good loot for themselves. So this is a very good thing for all these players. Now, if you talk about the players of team I8WO, now they are looting for now the nearby regions of Paradise as well as the other places around that particular city. NBeSports have dropped in Paradise, and I only see Mondo and Akaz who are working together right now as a team. And if that fight happens with the player of IAWO, a Viper and Octopus finally get into battle, that is something I'd like to see. Now, on the other hand, Wolfes, Octopus, Viper, they've all left except for Viper, who has been going in a very weird direction. But the play zone is also very weird. All the way north, 40% of the area is not playable as it is inside water. Now I'd like to see the teams adapt. Most of these teams are also outside the zone, so getting in is not going to be an easy task, and this will lead to the southern part of the zone being completely constricted with teams and players who will be trying to fight amongst themselves. Now, Venom, one of such teams who are slowly and steadily looting these small compounds and also moving towards the zone at the same time. Painan is being occupied by the players of Team 4MV. DEADEYES guys have gone in for an early rotation, dropped towards maybe Hatin, and now moving towards the main island north of Boot Camp, where they might face a battle against the players of maybe King of Spades, maybe ASL. So all these teams might just get into a battle too. So that is something I'd like to see. On the other hand, JMEX, if I talk about them, nobody, frag, snipe, orange. For now, 700 meters outside the zone, 23 seconds to get in.
That's a lot of distance that needs to be covered, but then again, it's a map of Sanhok. People are definitely more curious towards getting those frag points than actually trying to survive. And that's exactly what we're able to see from the side of King of Spades. Already taken one player down. Trying to challenge NBeSports right now. A team that's not going to be very satisfied with their performance today. So let's see if NBeSports is able to turn the tables around. And yes, they do. The first frag is in their hands. And now they can work on trades. Let's see, Faisal also gets knocked down, but in the meanwhile, a counter knock comes in from the side of King of Spades. Constant exchange of trades between King of Spades and NBeSports, and in the meanwhile, same thing can be said about IHC and Leo.
Ooh. For now though, look at this, the random sprays are coming in from Mamba too, and this net could really damage the players of Team NBeSports. Now, if these connect, it could be a really difficult spot for the players of NB. Sekujin just got revived, and even though Mambas did bounce back out, but it was the splash damage was enough to take Sekujin back down on the ground. And now the smoke fading away, this will even be more difficult for the players of Team NBeSports to deal with.
From here, NBeSports finds themselves in a very, very hard pickle. But in the meanwhile, Seal is trying to recover the fallen comrades. 4MV is still trying to find their way back into the circle. The circle is pretty northern and half the region is inside water. That makes it very difficult for the teams to actually go in and acquire much real estate. Raw officials still not trying to invest into the rotation, while you do see Mabetex and DRS being way far behind. However, King of Spades in the meanwhile trying to take Mondo down. The nade, the molly miss. But well, the shots will do the work.
XOXOX is finally able to get that frag confirmation and will be able to eliminate NBeSports. That's not the result that they were hoping for. Meanwhile, ASL also into a battle which they hoped not to be in. Gangsta is very low on HP, whereas Assassin, he has just been surrounded by 3 different players of Team IHC, I suppose.
IHC is still holding back. Does not want to invest into the fight with Assassin. Trying to move forward. Does not realize that Gangsta is also holding a position on the sandwich situation. ASL very cleverly approaching a situation in a map that does not really depend that much on the width. Oh, Godless trying to nade again. Make sure that ASL is pushed back. But with that knock on Gangsta coming in from the side of Seal, the confidence on IHC will be boosted.
That's true. Alex, though, from far away, 4MB is also joining the battle. And that's a knock that 4MB needed. Beast is also cooking a nade over here, throws it out, and Godless brought down to 10 HP. Or should I call it 1? Alex is also very, very low on HP too. So it is not going to be a fun battle for the players of Team IHC to be in. All constricted in one compound. 4MB charging them down, and they also have to deal with the player of ASL. That's not going to be easy at all. Alex falls to an 8. Godless will be taken down by BRZ. Demo in a 1v4. He's pushing in. And yeah, that is just done. That is done and dusted, and IHC will be eliminated out of the game.
IHC cannot hold their ground with one single player surviving, who does not survive any further either. Will get taken down on the 15th rank. Now ASL Assassin is the last one who stands there with an unfurling flag and then gets buried into the ground as well. 4MV covering up for the lost game. 5 frags already acquired and running on the top right now. We just started, didn't we just enter into the map? It's not even the second circle. What's even happening? 4MV, that's a rampage. That's a demolition that you're on to.
Great job done by the players of Team 4MV. And now I'd like to see them just continue on the same path. Killerbot, though, as the name suggests, he just goes on killing, gets a frag, gets a confirmation too. 4MV also lose a player in the main in the process. I think it's a player from Team Seal who gets that knock. Getting that confirmation is going to be tough, considering the last time we saw 4MV, they had a compound to their name, and exactly the revival was literally instant. And 4MV will be back with all 4 players standing. Venom running from outside the zone, and DRS. They are waiting. They're just waiting for the players of Team Venom to just come out and be inside their crosshairs. As soon as they just close in the distance, I think Ruse will be able to get a frag or 2. Oh, maybe he's running. What's the play over here? Killerbot gets a different angle onto this battle. Gets another finishing point to his name. Yeah, it's just stage 2, so DRS can take this damage onto themselves. And Venom, it seems like that this would be another one of those games that they'll like to forget.
Well, Venom has multiple of those. They have plethora of games that they would want to forget, except for one single one where they were able to secure a chicken. A good run is something that Venom is missing so far. But well, with that, on 13th position, they will get eliminated as well. However, they are the one team with no points to their benefit. Oh no. This is not what they came into this game hoping or expecting. But as of now, I do want to see what IAWO has in plans, because they do have 3 of their members surviving. They only have 2 frags to the name. Not a very profitable deal that they made there. But will the Devil support them going further is a question, because this team has been long anticipated and hasn't delivered just yet.
Ooh. IA though. It's Viper who we just saw with a shotgun in his hand. Now if somebody comes close, it'll be a nightmare. 4MV though, they have already noted, because they knocked out a player because Seal knocked out a player of their team. So they know that there is at least one team in that opposite compound. Now for some reason they're still holding out, probably waiting for the next zone to close in. And if we can be shown the minimap, I'd like to point out that major of these teams have gone all the way north and are holding somewhere around that Paradise, north of Paradise Resort. So that is a spot. I don't know why all these teams are chosen. Cow again has been taken down by two different teams. I see SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and T2K because I already have the map feed. And all these teams, they are hoping for another zone shift is what it feels like.
Hmm. The next zone shift is definitely going to be one to keep an eye out for. But in the meanwhile, what is XMPL doing? Trying to look on the far out towards the drop. I mean, yeah, I get it. The drop is there, but that's not even the direction that anyone is ever going to come from. But well, okay. Got it. Noted. In the meanwhile, Seal. The players from Seal already trying to flush Viper out. Are they aware that it's a shotgun and they shouldn't mess with it? Okay, it's a DBS versus DBS battle. So, could go anyway. And considering that the numbers advantage lays with Seal, they might be able to lure this. But no, I8 already doing a great job by taking the players out, baiting Viper and acquiring frags.
That's a good way. Soulless will be essentially taken down one by one because, anyways, the numbers were not in their favor. Another nade being cooked by Viper, and if he just nails it, probably this time we'll nail it around. But he just pops the first hit right in time. And now Fearless will be closed in upon. There is a DBS available for Viper, but let's see how does he decide to use it. Soulless slowly and steadily bleeding out. The revival finally attempted by Fearless. Does Viper know this? Does he want to move in? He sees the shotgun. The revival has been stopped. The player will finally bleed out, and now it's a 1v3. Although a 1v1 in this situation, considering Viper was in a close range battle, the DBS will just do its job, get that final frag, and IAWO will say thank you very much, SEAL Esports.
Absolutely. With complete wipeout of Seal Esports, IW will find themselves on 4 frags in total. However, right now nobody has touched the 5 number, which is already surviving with 4 MV. However, this time JMEX is gonna have a hard rotation because the circle is already shifted towards the east. JMEX is gonna have to either rotate through water or through the bridge, and they are choosing to rotate through water. And look at who is waiting on the shorelines. Deadeyes, guys. It's not going to be multiple players. It's just one single player from their side, Slayer sir. But on a back end call, he can actually have all the players surround himself and make a great fight in there. However, Raw officials had an early decision, are going to be moving into the circle, will acquire a great spot. But then again, that's another team that will be in the crosshairs of Deadeyes, guys. And as expected, the shots are coming in. Slayers are now distracted by Raw officials, will give an easy entry to JMEX.
Oh, Domain. He gets a knock onto 4 MV on the other part. But right now, Deadeyes guys are the ones on target. Shifu's, I think Sussex it is in a close range battle. Is able to win his duel out. But where are Slayer and Precious? Where is the backup? I don't see it for now. And Slayer very far away. Jiggle is throwing in some smokes. Praveen might just get taken down. But Slayer also has to stop and pop that first hit before he takes any more battles. Now, Raw officials will be a little bit unfortunate considering they will lose one player at least. But now the other 2 players are pushing in. They want to buy some time. And this is a wrong move because Precious with the cover fire takes 2 down. The third party is also there from JMEX. And now this map of Sanhok will finally come alive as all these teams will fight it out amongst each other.
Absolutely. In the meanwhile, in the background, DRS already took care of a couple of players from the side of 4MB as well. Revivals have to come in urgency, but will that be possible? No, it won't, because stronger FAKELOVE is surrounding them, and there's also going to be presence of I8WO. However, I don't think I8WO wants to participate in the fight just yet. And in the process, we did see Deadeyes guys being dead all the way. So, this circle definitely has a lot of new plans for teams. Paradise Resort is going to be towards the southeast of the circle, and that's the only place which I think will be providing cover. Everything else is in the open except for Tatmok.
Yeah, Tatmok is a city that right now the players of Team King of Spades have. So that's a good position I'd say to have. But how do you use it? That's the biggest question in my mind. T2K Jane, on the other hand, is able to take down one of the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and no fear will be completely taken care of. That fight is also happening between T2K, and it's only a couple of players from T2K who are pushing in. Turulav and Jane, I think. XMPL will also push in, will try to support his team, if you can see on the mini map. But meanwhile, the players of KS also rotating. King of Space taking a different angle. Want to just maybe take down the remaining two players of Team SKYLIGHTZ as soon as they find out about them.
Absolutely gonna be a great idea to move forward with, because that's free frag points that you can acquire, but it is gonna go completely the other way around. T2K starts getting fragged out by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Instead, there is a sandwich position that Nima has created with Koro, which T2K is literally falling prey to. However, King of Spades moving in might just help might just help T2K by getting SKYLIGHTZ into some trouble. For DRS, Paradise Resort is going to be completely available, but it does not seem like they're planning to go in just yet, because they have a story they started that they need to finish, which is going to be the fight with 4MV, the battle that they left in between that needs to come to a resultant soon enough.
Orange spotted. Oh, Viper misses all of his shots. That was an easy knock that he just missed. He even was given a second chance, but yeah, Viper misses every one of those. Now they know that there's a team in front of them. They need to be careful about it. T2K though will be put under some pressure. One of the players has already been taken care of. Jane all out in the open will be taken down too. And T2K, for a second we thought that they were pestering the players of Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming for a little bit. The remaining two duo which just went in were able to just survive for a very long period of time. But meanwhile 4MB burning out and then shot in the back by STFL. A joint effort, but it leads to Team 4FV being eliminated from this map too.
Well, again, not a very good match for the team. They did get eliminated at the 9th exact position. Anything after this would have been something that gives you placement points, but they got eliminated at a position where they could not acquire any, and they're gonna have to be satisfied with just the frag points that they acquired. However, that was definitely a number higher than 5, so not very bad situation, but still not the best either. However, moving on to the teams that are still surviving. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming trying to march in on to King of Spades, and King of Spades being like, okay, thank you, tata, bye bye, because this is our house and we are not letting you in just yet. With that, King of Spades still surviving on 3 players, and because it's 6 teams and 18 players remaining, it's mostly 3 players teams that are surviving on an average. But we do see DRS and Mabetex having the better of it with all 4s on board.
Yep, and now if you look at the players of Team Mabetex as well, all 4 players surviving and getting inside the zone. And if it is a fight against KS wouldn't be very favored to win this battle, considering that Mabetex have had a history of winning majority of their 4v4 fights. Now DRS also have 4 players standing, STFL 2. So these are going to be the major contenders for winning this map of Sanhok. And surprisingly, all these maps have been going till 6th zone, and we only see what 5-6 teams remaining. Usually it was the
Yep.
opposite. I mean, we had 12 teams remaining towards the 6th zone, and then the fights would have happened. But this time around, even in the previous map, I still remember a lot of teams get eliminated very early on in this game.
Absolutely. There's a lot of aggression in our teams, and they are trying to, plant it out onto other teams that survive. This is a constant fight that goes on into this particular region in this particular season, because if you remember, then since the beginning of the season, we have been seeing all of these teams constantly delivering fights. There is not one dull moment that arrives into the situation. But well, for now, focusing on to the fight that is happening in hand, it is gonna be King of Spades fighting off against Mabetex Esports. Is this gonna be the day where King of Spade actually gets to beat them up? But they don't. They don't. With 10 frags in hand and 5th position, which is gonna, 10 points in total actually. Some frags and 5th position. They are gonna be taking their leave from the lobby, and now it's DRS, Mabetex Esports, STFL, and IAWO. If and only if the numbers looked better for IAWO, we could have pinned for them. They have 10 frags on hands, and they still aren't in a position to actually squeeze this match in, because they have only 2 players surviving. However, STR getting taken care of by the side of DRS right now, And I think being the map of Sanhok, this will be an open invitation for Mabetex. Once all three teams start fighting into this meat grinder, I8WO might have the opportunity to actually see teams on equalized numbers of players to take fights with. But well, right now, things are slightly on a standstill, waiting for Mabetex Esports to come back in. DR is being super aggressive right now. Rules has already navigated to the other side of the road, trying to find out as much information as possible. And in the circle, he's the only player surviving from the team. The rest of them still have to make it in. And as Fritz, you said earlier,
Uh-huh.
at this point of time, even if the circle kisses you, you're done for.
Yes, I mean the 7 zone does not have a lot of mercy in terms of the HP that you get outside while trying to stay outside of it. So we'll have to be considerate about that. DRS trying to move in with all the 4 players. This buggy rush could be very, very good or very bad depending on the circumstances. Now, just while coming out of it, he's able to get a knock. So Jiro will be tossing out an 8, probably trying to take down Delta in the process. But Delta moves away. Now that's a smart move because he gets that opportunity to toss one back. Now this back and forth spread of utility will be thrown in. And Volley gets spotted from behind. I8 with a third party. The retaliation will come in, yes. But Mabetex have lost 2 players.
Absolutely, and right now, I8, even though the fight seems very tempting, they need to focus onto the revival. The circle is squeezing in. This will be slightly hard to go forward with, and I8 might lose one more player, which means this is gonna be super hard to continue with because with one single player, you do not expect to win yourself the last circle. But well, as of now, Mabetex seems to be on the similar situation. If and only if DRS and STR fight it off among themselves with numbers lowering down, it could open an opportunity for I8WO. But wait a second. Wait a second. It's 1v1v1v3. STR has huge numbers advantage right now. And that is what we can see in their gameplay as well. The confidence they've gained with that number difference. They're running like wild animals right now. And now it's a 1v3. No opportunity for I8. But with that second position and 11 frags, they might just be able to get good numbers on their board.
Its domain, he'll also be taken care of. And STFL, stronger X FAKELOVE. This would be the third chicken, I think, overall. A low frag game, but at least it's a winner-winner chicken dinner. That means 10 points plus 5 points, 15 points overall, and this will definitely calm the nerves of the players of Team STFL. Not even 5, it's just 4 eliminations overall. Yes, enough for them to make sure that they do not end up on chart number 2, Ahana.
That's true, and with one single point, they might be able to actually rule it over because actually, no, they are going to be on second position overall in this particular match because 11 frags came in from the side of IWO and they did end up on the second position, so they're going to have 17 points. Good enough for them. But yeah, overall rank for the side of STRFL will put them all the way on the first page. That is good enough. I guess that's something that they were seeking and they have finally acquired.
Well, that's true. I mean, STFL, they wanted one good game for a very long period of time. Although they were not able to make the most out of the situation that they had. 4 players all surviving, still just 4 frags to their name. But in a map where we say 70% luck, hands down good performance. It's better
Absolutely.
than not getting anything at all, which most of the teams fell short to. We see a lot of third parties, we saw a lot of fourth parties happening overall in the game. So that is something that these teams need to take care of. But the MVP for the game is going to be a player from WOI8. And I think overall they will be the toppers, considering that they came second and had good number of frags to their name. This guy himself had
Absolutely.
6 frags, which is more than compiled what Team STFL had.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is 50% more than the complete compilation of STRFL. But well, yeah, there are definitely more players who have contributed into this system, and they are going to be Domain, XOXOX, Killer YT, and Baron. 4MV, what's wrong with you guys? Like, you got eliminated way too quickly. Why do you have a top player? Why?
Somehow they're always able to get frags, even in the games which they get eliminated early on. So that's good. I mean, that's something you really can take in a positive way. But yeah, overall a good performance by all of these teams, I'd say. Even King of Spades played overall better as compared to how their previous game were going. Now, if we talk about the bad summary too, majorly it's Viper. In the three departments, it's only Apex who is there in the highest assist number. But yes, overall a great game for the players of Team WOI8 too.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a victory that they've been waiting for a really, really long time. We have been discussing that WI8 has to step up and show us the victory. But
There they
wait
are.
a second. Wait a second. With that 11 points in eliminations alongside the 6 placement points, they are going to be getting 17 in total. And STRFL, with that third chicken, will have 30 placement points at the least alongside the 4 elimination points in this. So 14 added to their total. Good leap here. But Mabetex Esports, again, not a bad performance. 13 is a good number. I like that.
Yeah, that's true. 13 is a really good number for Mabetex, and especially considering they were on the bottom charts, getting 13-14 points every game, not at all bad, right? You
Yep.
are making your way towards top 10 very soon, and I think we will see Mabetex somewhere around top 10 in the charts that are about to come. Yeah, NBeSports got only 1 point. Not a good day for NBeSports. Not a good day even for 4MV. And that's when I say 4MV got what, 40 points from the 4 games.
Could be around that. But yeah, I mean, that's not a good day for 4MV. But then we were discussing earlier about other teams in the beginning of the day, and they had like 30 frags in overall 3 days. So you could arrange the numbers and know how things are going so far. But yeah, with 153 still on the first position, 4MV maintain their throne, and the lead has now become of 31 points, even after
look
one
at
game
the-
in which they had just 1 point.
Yeah, you look at the elimination points as 109, more than Seal's overall points. Now that's the sort of domination that this team shows. That they just take fights everywhere and they just somehow win it. Don't know what's the code, but they were definitely cracked it. 153 points after not having a good day. They're still on top. SKYLIGHTZ, who were third, have climbed up 1 rank, and NBeSports have fallen 1 rank down. But then again, NBeSports, they provided themselves with enough points in the first 3 days that they did have a bad day over here, and they will be able to afford it. But look at Mabetex, 17th, 18th on one of these days, and 6th today. So that's what helps. That's what happens when you consistently perform in all of these games. Now, if you talk about the bottom 4 this time around, it's Leo, it's Bad Intention CMF, it's IHC JMEX. Even though Leo had one of the good games over here, but still are not able to get themselves back in the first chart.
Absolutely. I mean, even after such a hard try, if you're not able to stick to a position that is going to be beneficial for you, then there's really not much hope that remains going forward, because it's just one more day remaining for this particular week, and your weekly bonus points that will get added towards your initial points for the grand finals are going to be decided right after this for 1 week. So you really got to pick your pieces up. But yeah, I feel like this is going to be a great run for most teams going forward, but being in the top 12 is going to be one battle that they have to wait for tomorrow. However, elimination leaders, look at that. It's filled with 4MV.
It's only Baron who's not there. And 109 frags, let's count. 63 between East and Apex, add 25 to that. 88 is okay, no, not
87.
88, 24.
87.
Yeah, so 87 is what these 3 guys have got. You subtract it from 109 and you'll get the number that Baron is on. So he's also very close.
25.
Not too far away. So that means that all of these players of 4MV, they just are firing on all cylinders. It's only No Fear who is giving them competition right now, but he's also still 1 away from Apex and 2 away from East.
That's true, and it's going to be a difficult day going forward for these teams. What if 4MV tomorrow just rises back up and wants to secure 1 chicken? Because that's going to be not completely impossible for the side of 4MV. And once they start doing that, it's going to be difficult for the rest of the teams. Because so far, since the first day, 4MV has not secured a single chicken. They haven't gotten 10 placement points ever after that. And still in placement points, they are 1 point ahead of everyone. Even the second team is 1 point behind them. So that's weird. And then they are 30 points ahead when it comes to frags in comparison to SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, in which No Fear is constantly showing up for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and still SKYLIGHTZ Gaming is 10 points behind. So I don't know how to emphasize the point any forward, but you have to be careful of 4MP. You have to get the team out and dusted in the beginning of the match itself so that they do not have the opportunity to go ahead and make your day hellish for you. The way Stalwart did today, that has to be repeated every single game by some team or the other.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, Stalwart Esports, they found themselves in a good spot. They were able to take down 4MB once. So that has to be done 4 times tomorrow, so that you know you're able to first of all get that spot in the bonus match, and then 5th time in the bonus game. So you have to take into consideration all these small little things. But yeah, man, 4MB is not stopping. For me, they've already got that top spot. They will be moving away with all the bonus points that the first spot has to offer, with all the advantages, with all the advantageous positions that they have, and they are looking the strongest team in the entire tournament till now. But yes, guys, that was it for day number 4. I hope so you guys did enjoy it. It's me and Ahana that joined me today on the caster desk. We'll be seeing you tomorrow as well, so stay tuned till then. Take care, bye bye, and see you tomorrow.
Make it clap.